Good evening, everybody. So today is election day. Me and my fiance voted at a polling place, and now we are all here as Americans today, the world today. Here's what's going on. President Joe Biden dropped out of the race after winning renomination after that horrifically bad debate performance. Kamala Harris was nominated in his place despite winning no primaries. Donald Trump was nearly assassinated before Biden withdrew. Trump has been renominated for a second time. This is his third nomination. As we can see, Donald Trump has a near 20-point lead over Kamala Harris. He leads heavily in Kentucky. It is expected that the former president will defeat the incumbent vice president in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. In the state of Indiana, the home state of his former running mate, former Vice President Mike Pence, Donald Trump will beat Kamala Harris for the state's 11 electoral votes. So far, very little of the expected vote is in from the state of Maine, but there is some votes coming in from New Hampshire. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are tied for now. We're able to say that Donald Trump and his lead has extended a little bit. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who dropped out and endorsed Donald Trump, he leads the vice president. Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris by almost 100,000 votes. This margin will grow for both sides as time goes on. This election has been very, very bizarre, as we've never had a president or a candidate drop out of the race so late. And Kamala Harris is the first person since Hubert Humphrey to be nominated for president without contesting or winning a single primary. And the thing people need to understand is that that's not a good look, that you go from someone that was elected vice president and you take over the ticket without anyone actually voting for that to happen. Just because she's the vice president does not mean that that she, as vice president, was automatically entitled to the role. It's not exactly so. Anyway, it's not just the presidency that's up for a vote. In the state of Indiana, the Republican candidate Jim Banks leads the Democratic candidate Valerie McRae. He leads her by a pretty heavy 20 points almost. I'm just going to say it. Jim Banks will be the next United States Senator from Indiana, defeating his Democratic and Libertarian opponents. So far, no other Senate races have been called, could be called. In the Commonwealth of Kentucky, the incumbent Hal Rogers is reelected unopposed, and Republican incumbent Thomas Massie is reelected unopposed. The Republicans have the House of Representatives currently. The Democrats have the Senate. It's too early to say who will win control of the House, but one thing is clear, that the overall electoral college map is going to be one hell of a contest. And I think the key thing people need to understand is that you got to have a healthy election. You got to have a healthy situation in terms of how things can go afterwards. Now, in terms of, and if anyone's watching, I'd like to say that I'm not happy with how this election is going to go. For president, I voted the Libertarian ticket. I know I said privately, but I don't know if I remember if I said publicly. I had said I would not vote for the Libertarian ticket, but I changed my mind, given that the Republican ticket is a ticket of idiots and losers, and that the Democratic ticket is, is not really putting forward new ideas. Well, anyway, besides that, uh, the gubernatorial elections, governors are being elected in 11 states, my home state as well. The Republican nominee, former United States Senator Kelly Ayotte, is leading her Democratic opponent, the former mayor of Manchester, um, Joyce Craig. And Mike Braun, the United States Senator from Indiana, leads his Democratic opponent. I believe she was the former Education Secretary, Jennifer McCormick. Beyond that, it is too early to call any gubernatorial races. Actually, I'm just going to say it's likely Indiana will be a Republican hold. It's likely that all these seats that are currently in red here will be Republican holds. For the United States Senate, Republican hold. For President of the United States, so far Donald Trump's popular vote lead is growing. Indiana is easily expected to stay Republican by a decisive margin. The Donald will trump Kamala Harris in Kentucky with 8 electoral votes. So I'm willing to say that the former president currently has 19 electoral votes to Kamala Harris's 0 for now. I wish I could talk to both Trump and Harris supporters because for some reason it's just they're so amusing. The entitled Trump supporters who felt that Donald Trump was by birthright going to be the Republican nominee, and I think that's hogwash. I think that no one is entitled to the presidency of my country. So far, Donald Trump has a 90,000 vote lead, nearly in the popular vote. So far, there's nothing else that are up to be called. The gubernatorial race for my home state is going to be interesting because the Republican incumbent, Spencer Cox, is being opposed by the Libertarians, the Democrats, the Independent American Party, some other candidates. And the thing that just intrigues me is that this election for governor has been pretty heated. Spencer Cox was elected governor of Utah in 2020, defeating a former Obama administration official by a 32-point margin. He faced a tough fight for the governorship from the beginning. After he declared his candidacy, he had to deal with COVID, the pandemic as a whole. In the first round of the Republican convention, he led by not too bad margins, but you're the sitting lieutenant governor, and you need 60% of the delegates to either win the nomination outright, or if you have petitioned your way onto the regular ballot, that would be an acceptable way to contest the Republican nomination. The sitting lieutenant governor defeated the former House Speaker, a Salt Lake City Council member, and the former governor, Jon Huntsman. The first 5 rounds were, no one got close to 50% of the vote. Then Governor Cox defeated Speaker Hughes by a 10-point margin. The Republican primary, the 4-way Republican primary. I know personally a lot of people who were Democrats and switched to vote in the Republican primary to ensure that either Spencer Cox or Jon Huntsman would be the Republican nominee. Ultimately, the other alternatives who are more MAGA friendly didn't even get close. I mean, put them together, Cox and Huntsman are still in first and second. The Democratic nomination would be decided at the convention. Christopher Peterson easily captured the nomination. And ultimately, the election was never competitive. Governor Cox was never in any danger of losing to his Democratic, Libertarian, or Independent American challengers. Governor Cox won the election by a landslide. His best county was Beaver. His worst was Summit. But he proved to be a pretty controversial governor amongst conservatives. Governor Cox, is more moderate, and he got booed at the convention. He was defeated at the convention, losing in a landslide, but he had successfully petitioned his way onto the ballot. The sitting governor defeated State Representative Phil Lyman to hold on to the nomination. And usually there'd be really no discussion of, the Republican nominee effectively is the elected governor. And Governor Cox, in my view, has been reelected governor. I think the only question is, can he emerge with the majority of the vote? I think this election will be him winning by a smaller margin, but I do not believe for a second that he will be in any danger of losing the election. He faces the the Democratic ticket of former House Minority Leader and sitting State Representative Brian King, the Libertarian ticket of Robert Latham and Barry Evans Short. So it's Spencer Cox and Deidre Henderson versus Brian King and Rebecca Cummings versus Robert Latham and Barry Evans Short versus the Independent Republican write-in ticket of Phil Lyman and Natalie Clausen, the Independent American ticket of Tommy Williams and Archie Williams versus the Independent ticket of Tom Tominey and William Lansing Taylor. So the point is, my friends, that this election is mainly going to be about the presidential election, but in terms of who's winning who's going to win the various states, is a lot of this isn't going to be close, but is these few battleground states where this election is going to be very, very, very close. Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump in the states that Trump won in 2016: Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and he flipped them back. But Ohio, Iowa, and Florida were states that Trump carried twice. So to me, the state of Florida, I don't buy is a swing state. I think it's a likely Republican state, but not by margin, but in terms of what the chances of it being won by Trump. My personal prediction, I think I'm gonna have to split it two ways. Like I said, I've said, it's going to be close, or at least it's going to be. I'm not comfortable saying that 100% chance it's going one way or the other. 4 years ago, I was pretty comfortable to say that then former Vice President Joe Biden would defeat the then incumbent President Donald Trump. My prediction is either that Trump is able to win the White House back by holding on to virtually every state that he had won, at least in 2020. Then he would run it up by flipping Arizona and Georgia. Wisconsin, I do not see him winning the White House without Wisconsin, and that effectively he could win a close race against Kamala Harris. Initially, I had expected a 312-226 margin, which would be pretty healthy. Then I thought, well, if Pennsylvania and Michigan are out of reach, he could win with 278 electoral votes. But if Kamala holds on to Nevada, which is not outside the realm of possibility, I think a Donald Trump return would be likely, but by a slim margin. Kamala Harris's best outcome is if she could win North Carolina and hold the rest. That would be a pretty narrow margin. 319 divided by 538. That is nearly 59.3% of the Electoral College. With respect to the hi there, Night Shift. If you'd like to join, let me know and I can shoot you a link. I don't think he follows my Twitter, but If you'd like to join, we can shoot the shit, talk about whatever. I'm just kind of talking about my scenario. Wow, I really almost had a lisp there. Talking about my scenarios of how I think the election will go. I think Kamala could win with a 276, 262 map. But here's the deal. Joe Biden, the working class Joe, man could barely win Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, a margin smaller than what Trump got in 2016. And given that this state is going to be such a brutally fought one, I just don't buy that Kamala Harris is going to be able to do it. And yes, her running mate is the governor of Minnesota, of neighboring Minnesota, but I don't buy for a second that that she is going to do any better than Biden. So Kamala Harris is so. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I split my ticket multiple ways in the presidential race. Okay, so Trump's support is still growing. He's still ahead by a large margin. He's nearly 40 points ahead of Kamala Harris in Kentucky. He's almost 19 points ahead in Indiana. So far, I'm willing to call Indiana and Kentucky for Donald Trump. I just think that it's going to be a great deal of waiting for the polls to finally close in a lot of places. I think that the Republicans will regain the Senate, and I think the House, the Democrats, I think have a not too bad of a chance of winning the House of Representatives. So far, the Democrats lead in only one congressional district in this country for now, but only Kentucky, districts 4 and 5, have been won by the Republicans. This is not a flip, but a hold. For governor, Indiana and New Hampshire, which voted for Donald Trump and Joe Biden respectively in 2020, and for Hillary Clinton in 2016, these states are still in the Republican column for now. What's interesting is how wide of a lead Donald Trump is starting out with in the popular vote. Granted, he's now cracking 60% of the vote in the state of Indiana. In the state of Commonwealth of Kentucky, he's now at 70% of the vote, but with very few precincts reporting, it is way too early to say how by exactly what margins it's going to be. So far, it's a lot of Republican-dominated areas like Casey County, Kentucky. Some of these counties are already almost maxing out their votes. That's why Donald Trump is doing so well. Is the counties coming in currently in Kentucky are heavily Republican-leaning, and in a number of them, they have either a majority or nearly a majority of their expected votes counted already. In a few of them, it's very, very, very few votes. The only county that Kamala Harris is winning, Franklin County, Kentucky, she's leading there. But I'm not familiar if Franklin County, Kentucky, is exactly a Democratic county. But for now, she leads, not by much, but she has a lead. So yeah, I'm going to find out in Franklin County, Kentucky. This county voted for Barack Obama. This county was from 1912 through 1968. This county voted Democratic consistently. Lyndon Johnson defeated Barry Goldwater 81 to 18%. Then Hubert Humphrey defeated Richard Nixon 48 to 31%. In 1972, Richard Nixon won 57 to 41%. Then from 1976 and 1980, the county voted for the Democratic nominee, Jimmy Carter. Then it voted for Ronald Reagan in 1984, George H.W. Bush in 1988. Then in 1992 and 96 and 2000, Bill Clinton and Al Gore carried the county. Then it voted for George W. Bush and John McCain, 2004 and 8. Barack Obama flipped the county in 2012. One of the few counties to go his way. Then in 2016 and 2020, the county voted for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden. So The question to me, if Franklin County, Kentucky goes for Kamala Harris, that would be a pretty good um, thing for her. It doesn't mean she would win the Commonwealth, but it would mean that if she can flip that particular county, maybe there's a broader trend going on. But that is just too much to draw from any one thing. So they officially have called Indiana and Kentucky for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris has no electoral votes yet, but based on the early reported votes, it's pretty comfortable to say that there is no chance of her coming back from that in those states. They have officially called Indiana for governor for Mike Braun. He'll be the next governor for the United States House of Representatives. The Democrats are projected to win a district in Florida. The incumbent was virtually going to be reelected without any shadow of a doubt. Then there is, so far in the U.S. Senate, Jim Banks, again, will be the next United States Senator, and Rick Scott is off to a healthy lead. For governor, for United States Senate, for president, nothing has really changed. Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris with 4% of the vote reporting, 58 to 42%. We're able to project that Kamala Harris will be the winner of Vermont. The vice president will defeat her Republican opponent, former President Donald Trump, in Vermont with its 3 electoral votes. So with that being said, now the popular vote will start to tighten a little bit as Florida, Kamala Harris is now down 56 to 43%, but with more votes coming in, that means that she will begin to she will be able to start narrowing the popular vote. She will be able to not be too far behind. To whoever the one viewer is, if you'd like to join the stream, you're more than welcome to. Just ask. And but the overall night so far, Donald Trump can feel good for now. Or if you want to argue with me about politics while we wait for the results, we can always do that too. Well, anyway, this election cycle, I think we can all agree, has been just a one weird experience. This whole thing just, if it wasn't one thing, it was another. If you'd, I'm going to send the link to somebody. Well, anyway, let me see if I can find Night Shift. There he is. Wow, I feel bad. He messaged me on December 5th, 2021 at 6:42 p.m. and I never responded. I feel bad. I don't even know if I had Discord on my computer at the time, but anyway, beyond that, hello to everyone watching. So far, the popular vote is starting to tighten as expected. More votes out of Florida. I expect Florida to remain in the Republican column. I mean, it's Donald Trump's home state, and the state has swung hard away from the Democrats. To me, it would take a miracle for Kamala Harris to win Florida, but if she did, in the highly unlikely event she could win Florida, I think it would. Donald Trump, I don't think he'd be able to recover from that, because Florida, that's a huge chunk of electoral votes, and if you're not winning in Florida as a Republican, I don't think you're going to be winning at large in the nation. Georgia is now on the map. I expect Georgia to be won by the Republican ticket. The Georgia GOP was able to hold off a competitive governor's race 2 years ago, but they lost the Senate runoff. In Georgia, Donald Trump is ahead of Kamala Harris. Only Twiggs County in Georgia is voting, which has reported any results. Which Twiggs County? Why does that name sound so interesting to me? No votes coming out of New Hampshire just yet. But, 3 each. But so far, nothing else reporting just yet. But Kamala Harris is the winner. The vice president, Kamala crushes Trump in Vermont, as expected. Now Donald Trump's lead in the popular vote is at 1.7 million votes. Kamala Harris, she holds 1.4 million this election cycle. Anyway, so, I mean, I know we have to wait for some actual votes to come in, but let's be honest, West Virginia will be a Donald Trump victory. That state has not been competitive since 2000. The state voted for Bill Clinton twice, George W. Bush twice. Then it voted against Barack Obama twice and for Donald Trump twice. There's nothing in the world that Kamala Harris could do to win the state of West Virginia. The only states that she has a fighting chance in are in yellow that are highlighted as swing states. But I'm increasingly, if Donald Trump wins Florida, Ohio, and Iowa, which I expect him to, Florida will not be included as a swing state like Iowa and Ohio have not been since 2020. There are several pro-abortion referendums in states like Nevada and Arizona and Florida. I think those might help Harris with people who are going to vote for her because they agree with her. But at the same time, I don't think that will matter enough to, like maybe in Nevada, maybe in Arizona, but I don't believe in other states. Like I think Montana and Nebraska, that's not going to help her win the state. It might help her with that one electoral vote in Nebraska. But so far, no other votes have been reported yet. Virtually nothing in New Hampshire. But Donald Trump is the winner of Indiana, Kentucky. Kamala Harris of Vermont wins Vermont. The Senate race in Florida is close for President of the United States. It's also close, but I think it's a lot of early vote, and it really depends on where these votes are coming from because some of these counties are solidly Democratic, like Orange and Leon and, Broward. Just that's essentially it. But Donald Trump currently has a healthy lead over Kamala Harris in Florida. I expect that state to remain Republican. So far, Donald Trump's lead in the popular vote is nearly 300,000. Jill Stein is in third, Chase Oliver in fourth, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who dropped out, in fifth, Claudia De La Cruz in sixth, Peter Sonsky in seventh, Randall Terry in eighth, and then a bunch of other also-rans, being way down in the vote total. Cornel West, I expect, will do well for an independent candidate, but I think that's, that he'll barely register in the final outcome. So as more votes come in, I love how one county is reporting in Georgia. We only have like a handful in Florida, but a third of the vote in Florida, 8% in Kentucky and 14% in Indiana. So far, that's a very, very small chunk of the electorate. And so far, Donald Trump, who now has a 300,000 vote lead in the popular vote, so far he's doing pretty good. It's going to be a very tight race for third place. I mean, 2012, 16, and 20, the Libertarian Party placed third each time. But I think in terms of I think Jill Stein, maybe she could be the first Green Party candidate since 2000 to place third. So we're able to project. Let's look at the House of Representatives. All right, governor, we already know how that's going. We're able to project that 2 Democrats and 4 Republicans will hold their seats in the House of Representatives. In the United States Senate, Florida is less competitive than the presidential race, in the Senate race, than the presidential. But so far, I'm also expecting Bernie Sanders and Angus King to win their respective races. Bernie Sanders is the projected winner of the U.S. Senate race from Vermont. He will remain a United States Senator till 2031, where he'll be turning 90 years old. So he's got a job for 6 more years. So far, too early to call in the state of Maine. I think the polls are still open, but I fully expect Angus King will be reelected to a 3rd term. But I am expecting West Virginia, Ohio, and Montana to flip. That would give the Republicans a 52-48 majority. So far, the Nebraska Senate race, I think, will be very, very close. I don't know how the election will go in Nebraska. I fully expect an easy Trump victory. As for Kamala Harris, as for the Republican senatorial incumbent, I think that's going to be rather close. So, for President of the United States, Kamala Harris has taken the lead in Georgia with only 3% of the vote in. She holds 16,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. Remember, Joe Biden carried the state by 11,000 votes over Donald Trump in 2020. Donald Trump leads in Florida with a healthy lead, with almost 40% in. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, a state that has been won twice by Barack Obama, once by Hillary Clinton, and once by Joe Biden. Thank you, Darkon. This state is expected to be closer than usual, but I expect Kamala Harris to hold the Commonwealth of Virginia. I don't expect Donald Trump to win. And so far, very few votes are being reported out of Virginia. Because I expect a 3-1 victory in Maine. Electoral votes, 3 for her, 1 for him. I expect her to sweep the rest of New England and most of the Northeast. I think she has a fighting chance in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but I think Wisconsin, is most likely to go for Trump. So Donald Trump, if elected, will be the first Republican to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. I think that ultimately, this is going to be pretty funny to see the sore loserness of the people who lose the election, the losing side. Kamala Harris holds a major lead in Vermont. It's only going to grow as the vote count continues. Let's also be honest. She's going to win the District of Columbia. There is no doubt in my mind. There's really nothing a Democrat could do that they could lose the District of Columbia. Donald Trump has a 350,000 vote lead in the national popular vote. He leads in Florida by 5%. Kamala Harris leads 2.5 percentage points in Georgia, but 3% is reporting. Donald Trump is crushing Kamala Harris in Indiana and Kentucky, but still too early to call. The state of Vermont, Kamala Harris leads in Cabot, Vermont. But given the solidness of the coalition of voters in Vermont that vote Democratic, she's going to win there. For the United States House of Representatives, 3 Democrats and 5 Republicans have been elected. The key thing people need to remember is the Democrats need to win 215 more seats to regain the majority in the House. Republicans need to win 213 more seats to retain the majority. The Democrats just need 215 more. That means the Democrats have to have a net flip of. They have currently 214 seats. The Republicans 221. Democrats need a net gain of 4. This House has been the closest since 2000. There's several Senate races. There's very few states that are going to be actually competitive. So, but I fully expect every Southern Senate race, with the exception of Virginia, as Tim Kaine is currently behind. I expect all Southern Senate races except for Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia to go Republican. And if anyone would like to join, I can shoot them the link. If you're just wanting to hang out, just comment, tell me what you're expecting to see and what you don't expect to see. But so far, the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris is starts off behind, but they're pretty heavily Republican areas. Except Virginia Beach did vote for Joe Biden, so she doesn't need Virginia Beach to win the Commonwealth. But I'm certain she doesn't want to lose, an area Biden carried like Virginia Beach. It's a pretty notable city. But what's interesting is that, like, obviously it's pretty early, but just seeing Trump with a 43-point lead over Kamala Harris in Kentucky and a 24-point lead, nearly 25 in Indiana, is just interesting. And it's fascinating to see how quickly Trump's support plummets in Vermont, being over 50 points behind. But it's Bernie Sanders country. There's no way on earth Kamala was ever going to lose there. As for the United States Senate, so yeah, they projected Bernie Sanders the winner. He's crushing his Republican challenger by a 64-point margin. It'll get closer as time goes on, but Bernie Sanders will be bothering the taxpayer for another couple of years. So the Democrats and Republicans currently have won 5 races apiece. So the House of Representatives and the Senate have a few winners. For President of the United States, I fully expect Virginia to go for Harris, Florida for Trump, Arizona probably for Trump, Nevada maybe Harris. I just find it highly, it's like Nevada's like the Democratic answer to North Carolina, where it could go red or blue, and then it just votes the same way it did. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Oh wait. No, I'm good. Okay. Donald Trump is now 750,000 votes ahead of Kamala Harris. Jill Stein is in third with 20,000 popular votes. Chase Oliver is closely behind everyone else. No one else has gotten close to 10,000 votes. I kept seeing a bunch of Claudia de la Cruz signs in my hometown, which I expect will probably vote for Kamala Harris, but it's overall going to be a Republican victory in Utah. But there was a lot of people advocating for voting for the socialist ticket, which I just found to be interesting. So far, I'm to make this interesting. So Kamala Harris leads by a slim amount in Georgia. Donald Trump by an increasingly wide margin in Florida. In Virginia, Donald Trump has a safe lead. So states that are not yet going solidly one way or the other will be labeled as leaning, one and leading. Donald Trump has a 62-19 lead with one and leading states. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are so far going to be in for a close night. The United States House of Representatives, Republicans have 7 seats. The Democrats have 2. So far, not a whole lot of competitive races being called just yet, but so far, because it's either the incumbent was unopposed or the Yeah, the incumbent was unopposed, or the individual was reelected and or elected in a landslide. So far, no competitive House races have been called, but a number of safe seats were called, which makes this kind of pro forma in a few areas. I'm willing to just make this call now. Incumbent Republican Governor Phil Scott of Vermont will be reelected to a fifth term in office. The sitting governor will win a fifth term. He'll be one of the longer-serving governors, but Howard Dean was a longer-serving governor. In New Hampshire, this state is going to be close on the gubernatorial level. I believe the former mayor of Manchester, New Hampshire, from 2017 to 2024, she won the Democratic nomination, and she is a strong candidate. She defeated an incumbent Republican mayor in 2017 and got reelected repeatedly. Kelly Ayotte lost her reelection bid for the Senate in 2016, losing by 1,000 votes. That was a third of what Hillary Clinton's margin over Donald Trump was. Joyce Craig, she so far is having a good start. She's only 47 votes ahead. So this election is going to be very close for the governorship if current trends continue. So far, no other governor's races can be called. New governors in Missouri, North Dakota, West Virginia, North Carolina, New Hampshire, and Washington will be held. Incumbents are running for re-election in Vermont, Montana, and Utah. So far, Republicans are in the lead for the House. On the presidential level, they're also in the lead. We're able to project that Donald Trump is leading in South Carolina, given that South Carolina is Trump country. I fully expect he'll win. His lead has shrunk. He is now only over 500,000 votes, ahead of Kamala Harris. He also leads Kamala Harris in the state of Georgia, reducing her to just 3 votes in the Electoral College so far that are going for her without question. Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris heavily in New Hampshire. So far, it is very much expected that New Hampshire will be intensely fought over, even though Donald Trump called it a drug-infested den in his first year in office. The United States Senate is also too early to call. Virginia, too early to call. So far, the Republican challenger leads comfortably, but it's way too early to call who will win Virginia. But I expect it to be an incumbent victory. And if anyone would like to join, just tell me. Okay, let's see what's happened in the last few moments. Okay, Kamala Harris is now ahead in Virginia and ahead in New Hampshire. That's going to be good for her in terms of, you're at first behind in a few states that a Democrat really can't win without. She now looks a little better off in the Electoral College. Uh, we're able to project that 11 Republicans and 5 Democrats have won their respective races. We'll look at the U.S. Senate. Virginia, the incumbent Tim Kaine has taken the lead. In Florida, the race has not tightened significantly. 60% of the vote in. I'm willing to argue Rick Scott will be reelected to the Senate for another 6-year term, his second term. As for governor, Joyce Craig is in the lead. The Republican incumbent Phil Scott is almost 54 points ahead. The presidential race, Donald Trump is now 800,000 votes ahead of Kamala Harris. But the key thing people need to know is that neither one is going to win this election and have a whole lot of goodwill publicly. And they're not going to have much of a mandate. If Donald Trump wins, but the Democrats win the House, they will have no incentive to work with him. They will have only the incentive to stonewall him until the 2026 midterms, regain the Senate, and just block everything he does. So he needs a victory in both houses. Kamala is going to need a victory in both houses because there's no way a Republican Congress, whether it be House and or Senate, is going to be willing to work with her when most Republican voters think she's literally Hitler. Now Kamala Harris is behind in Georgia and in Virginia again. But it is still too early to call anything else, although I fully expect South Carolina to stay in the Republican column. Donald Trump has healthy leads in every other state. But so far, too early to call. I'm amazed they haven't already called the District of Columbia. I'm going to do something risky and put my own live stream on Facebook and Twitter. But anyway, So we have another Republican. We have another Republican victory. No, I guess not. Just I'm fully expecting them to call. Okay, never mind. They have called West Virginia for the Republican nominee, incumbent Governor Jim Justice. Uh, but yeah, so Jim Justice has flipped the Democratic held seat, the independent held seat by Jim Justice. This seat for the longest time was a Democratic stronghold. Then in 2018, the seat nearly went Republican, and Joe Manchin did not seek re-election to a third full term after being harshly criticized by members of his own party. Um, he chose instead to retire and leave the Democratic Party, but the Republicans have easily flipped that seat. This means the Democrats' best hope is a 50-50 Senate unless somehow, some way they can flip a state that they did not win in 2018, like Texas or Florida, which I find to be highly improbable. So now the Republicans are up to the Independence Caucus of the Democrats. They're up one. The night so far, we're not really. The Republicans are up two, Democrats only up one. So the Republicans so far still have a huge advantage in winning control of the Senate. The House of Representatives, 12 Republicans, 6 Democrats. The Republicans will likely hold Vermont. Democrats could flip New Hampshire, but that is too early to call. Now, Jim Justice. Now, some of these races, I don't expect them to wait too long to call, just because it's going to be pretty obvious. Like Minnesota, I fully expect will stay blue. New York State, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Hawaii, California, fully expect to go one way or the other. And it looks like we have another call. West Virginia will be won by former President Donald Trump. Trump trounces Harris for the state's 4 electoral votes. So in terms of leading electoral votes, as Harris has taken the lead in Virginia, Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris in leading and won states 78-20 in the Electoral College. So far, she's doing pretty good in New Hampshire, and she's doing pretty decently in Virginia. Still way too early to call. Kentucky is starting to calm down a little bit. More votes are coming in. Indiana, still a huge margin. I expect a huge margin for Trump. If he cracks 60%, I think he's going to do pretty well in the popular vote. South Carolina, too early to call, but Donald Trump has a near 20-point lead. Georgia, a 21-point lead for Donald Trump. Florida, nearly a 9-point lead. Kamala Harris, a 33-point lead in Vermont. If anyone would like to join, let me know. I can send you the link. But I am currently just watching the results, and I think the Democrats ultimately, I think they might win the House popular vote, but I think the Republicans might be able to retain the majority, and I say might because even though they had removed a speaker from office and have had the least productive congressional session in living memory, the Democrats can't be accused of running competent campaigns. With respect to the national popular vote, Donald Trump is ahead by 1.1, just almost 1.1 million votes. But he has a near 11-point lead in the national popular vote, but it is still far too early to call because in terms of the total national popular vote, if I'm not mistaken, this is just a very, very small fraction if we're being honest with ourselves, because it was like 158 million people were voting in the 2020 election, and that's like 9.8 million votes when I factor in all the candidates. So out of the votes I'm expecting or that could be there, I think it's going to be, this is like 6% of the national popular vote, so we can't really take too much away in terms of how the night will go. But some of these races are going to be very intriguing to watch because Montana and Montana is definitely the only hope Democrats and Ohio that the Democrats have of retaining control of the United States Senate. They need to win every single seat that they currently hold to have just a 50-50 tie. And if they don't, there goes the Senate. And Kamala Harris is a lame duck if she wins. The Democrats would either need to win Florida, which there's no way, or Texas, which I also expect there to be no way. Overall, I expect Donald Trump and Kamala Harris to either be lame ducks by losing one chamber of Congress or not winning both. I think Donald Trump, if the Republicans flip the Senate, but they don't retain the House, he's okay. He can get Supreme Court justices through, judicial nominees through. But the same could be said of Harris if she wins and the Senate is Democratic held. But if the president-elect does not have the House, has the House but not the Senate, that I think is worse than not having the House but just the Senate. The Republicans will retain the governorship of Vermont by a 55-point landslide. The Democratic nominee for governor of North Carolina, Attorney General Josh Stein, leads the Republican nominee, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, by a large margin. Still too early to call. With respect to West Virginia, I fully expect it to be a Republican victory. I fully expect Republican victories in Missouri, North Dakota, Montana, and Utah, and a Democratic victory in Washington State. I do not expect any governorships to flip unless it's New Hampshire. For the House of Representatives, it is 14 Republicans, 7 Democrats, and with the Republicans, they need to win 204 more districts to hold on to the House. The Democrats need 211 more in order to flip the House. The Republicans need to win 11 seats to take the Senate, or 10 with the vice president to hold the majority. The Democrats need 21 seats and the vice president, or 22 without the vice president. But so far, a lot of these districts were never competitive. It's just waiting for more vote. But yeah, none of these are really all that competitive. Virginia Fox is being challenged in the 5th district. Let's see about that. I guess I can't. I guess it's far too early to say. I'm not 100% sure how safe of a district that is. North Carolina, Kamala Harris is once again ahead, but by a very, very, very small margin. Well, it's large for now, but too early to call. Virginia, Kamala Harris. Ohio is now on the map. Donald Trump has a huge lead in Ohio, but too early to call. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris ahead in New Hampshire. The District of Columbia, too early to call. Maryland, too early to call. Delaware, too early to call. Donald Trump holds a 1 million vote lead over Kamala Harris nationally. To me, this election is going to be interesting because this will show if Donald Trump is going to be punished for anyway, so far, it's as I'm looking at more races, I expect Trump to win Ohio. I just think there was really no way. And I understand Ann Seltzer did a poll showing Kamala Harris leading in Iowa. I fully expect that to be wrong. because it was just one poll, and I don't think that's the most reliable to say that it is exactly going to be, because one poll didn't do that much to affect the final outcome, the final average polling average. So I expect Donald Trump to win Iowa again and Ohio again. The Kamala Harris is still widely behind in Georgia. I don't think she's going to be able to hold on to Georgia. And I understand that the Democratic strategy this year was basically make having the right to have an abortion your personality. I don't think it was a winning strategy. Or at least the winning strategy you should put all of your hopes on. I'm also just really mainly waiting for the gubernatorial results in my home state of Utah, because it's going to be a hotly contested gubernatorial election. 3 candidates are going to pull well over 20% of the vote. I fully expect it to be very, very contested, but I don't think that anyone is going to see anyone other than the Republican win. So there is some ballot measures in Arizona, Colorado, and Florida to enshrine abortion, quote unquote, rights into the Constitution. Maryland as well, Missouri as well, Montana as well. Not Montana, not in the Constitution. No, in the Constitution, yes. To amend the Constitution of Montana. Then you see Nebraska, Nevada, New York. Then there was a referendum to be put up on the ballot to amend the Constitution to say there is no abortion-related rights given by the document. That effort did not get on the ballot. And in South Dakota, it was trying abortion rights into the Constitution. Then there are some relating to instant runoff voting and open primaries to allow that to take place. It is on the ballot in the following states. It is on the, or at least, so they have top 2 primaries, basically getting rid of first past the post in South Dakota, in Missouri, in Oregon, in Nevada, Montana, and then Missouri. To ban instant runoff voting from being used in Missouri. Then it's also being considered in the state of Idaho and in the District of Columbia, Colorado. And then it's also being considered in Arizona. Well, they want to ban nonpartisan blanket primaries, and then they want to require instant runoff voting in general elections and nonpartisan blanket primaries. So there's 2 competing measures essentially on the ballot that contradict each other. And then in Alaska, to repeal the state's top 4 primaries and instant runoff general elections. Trump's winning like hella. He's going to deport my family. Wait, what? I really should not have read that without showing the context. So I don't know who this person is, but they say Trump's winning like hella. He's going to deport my family. They're illegal. Say bye to me. Well, chat, I advise y'all press F in the chat. Anyway, so in the House of Representatives, the Democrats are behind by 11 seats. The Republicans lead the popular vote. In terms of the governorship, the Democrats are ahead in the popular vote of West Virginia, but we're able to project that the Attorney General and failed Senate candidate from 2018, Patrick Morrisey, will be the next governor of West Virginia. The Democrats are way ahead in North Carolina, behind in New Hampshire, and they've already lost Indiana. In the state, in the House of Representatives, the Republicans need 200 more to hold the House. The Democrats need 211 more to flip it. The United States Senate, West Virginia, now Virginia is going heavily for the Democrats. Nothing out of Maine for now. Ohio's too early to call. We can look at the presidential race. But so far, Donald Trump has a 1.3 million vote lead. This is the widest it's been so far. He leads 55 to 44% over Kamala Harris. Still too early to call. Chase Oliver and Jill Stein are in a fierce battle for third place. As for the U.S. Senate, excuse me, but yes, they've called West Virginia. So Donald Trump leads officially 23-3. But in terms of states that he's leading or ahead in, so far it's not looking too bad for Kamala Harris. But because if she were to win North Carolina, which I say she has a fighting chance, but unlikely to actually do it, I think that the people can understand that it really is depending on where the votes are coming from in terms of how she could win or how he could win. Because if Donald Trump is winning in the Panhandle by a lot and he's able to win decently in Latino communities, I think he's going to win Florida. If he can win strong enough support amongst black voters, I think North Carolina and Georgia are within reach. If he can hold on to the white working class voters he built in 2016 and held on to by a better margin than I anticipated in 2020, I say he could flip Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But the problem is that after 8 years of Donald Trump running for president, 3 times in a row, some people are voting for Kamala Harris because they are tired of him and they want someone else. They don't want a person who's in their late 70s or early 80s like Joe Biden to be president. But I also think people feel a sense of nostalgia with Donald Trump, that in 2019, it was easier to put food on the table. It was easier, and this is what people told me when they said why they voted for Trump in 2020, is that in 2019, there was no pandemic. There was a general sense of pride, national pride, and it's easier to put food on the table, they told me. And that's why they voted for him, is they want more of that. And when people were telling me why they voted for Joe Biden, it was because they just couldn't take another 4 years of Donald Trump. Now, whether you think those reasons are good or bad, that's up to you. I mean, there was obviously people telling me they just agreed with Biden and that they felt Trump was a fascist or whatever. I honestly say that no one can be really upset with him being called a fascist when the guy kept quoting Hitler and saying they're poisoning. He said immigrants were poisoning the blood of the country, and then spreading that racist lie of Haitian immigrants eating dogs. I mean, I'm not surprised that everyone who promoted that got called racist. I mean, and if anyone is upset with that, well, you're free to debate me. I really don't care. So far, Kamala Harris is leading by healthy margins in Virginia and New Hampshire. I fully expect her to win there. North Carolina, way too early to call if we look at where the vote is coming from. So far, there's a few counties where she's ahead, but these could be red counties. They could be blue or purple counties. So far, she's doing good at the start, and that's good, but it really matters is where all this ends up. Charlottesville, she's defeating him by a 62-point margin. Arlington, she's beating him by 44-point margin. And she's trailing considerably in Virginia Beach, which voted for Joe Biden in 2020. So I think that is where we can say there's definitely going to be a flip on the presidential level, is various counties in this country. But, West Virginia, yes, only 3% of the vote is in. But the fact is, every county has voted Republican in West Virginia for president and everything else. Well, in the years since 2012. Then we look at Kentucky, where Donald Trump is beating Harris by Saddam Hussein margins in various counties in Kentucky. Franklin County, Kentucky, she's doing so far so good in. Indiana, it's Trump country. Most of these counties aren't even close, or he's doing not too poorly there. Then we merge into the South Carolina, where these counties have, South Carolina has a fair amount of black voters. I think it's Mississippi or Alabama that has the most. And usually black support and trying to get as much white vote as you can is really the only way to win some of these very, very tough to reach states. Like Obama won North Carolina with virtually all of the black women there voting for him. Joe Biden had the right coalition to finally take Georgia. There's been really no successful coalition to win Alabama, South Carolina, Texas or Mississippi since Jimmy Carter, and definitely none to win Oklahoma. So beyond that, we can take a look at the U.S. Senate. So far, it's too early to call, but for the House of Representatives, the House of Representatives, so far the Republicans are tearing it up in Florida. I don't know what the national popular vote is, but I fully expect the Republicans so far to be leading by a bit, thanks to Florida. As for the United States Senate, Bernie Sanders reelected. So far, it's too early to call as to other incumbent senators, but so far Bernie Sanders is the only one to be reelected. Incumbents are either behind or slightly ahead, depending on the state. And if anyone has any questions about my expectations for the election, feel free to ask. But the key thing that people need to understand is people have their reasons for voting for the candidate that they're voting for. You might think it's garbage or hogwash, but people have their reasons. I voted for the Libertarian ticket because even though I don't like Chase Oliver, I think he's wrong on some key issues. He's got less blood on his hands than Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. People are voting for Kamala Harris because they fear a second Trump presidency, or they agree with her on the issues, even though she has flip-flopped on a lot of issues in her career. There are people voting for Donald Trump because they want to punish Kamala Harris and vice versa. But there are people who are voting for him because they liked how he governed the country. They liked how his foreign and domestic policy, and that's why people voted for him. Whether you think he was good or not is really up to you. But anyhow, the key thing people need to get is that some Trump voters insulting single women, immigrants, and those who criticize Trump in the Republican primaries, you guys need to expand your coalition. He won in 2020 with the hard to imagine coalition, which in hindsight wasn't that hard to imagine. And then that coalition didn't hold on enough for him to win. He didn't expand it enough. Now, the question, I think he could expand his coalition now, given he's been out of the White House for 4 years, and Joe Biden, objectively, has not been exactly my standard hope for president. But what I do think is that it's always going to be a close race. On the one hand, you have an unpopular former president, a very unpopular former president, running against a polarizing, initially unpopular, then popular, now unpopular again, sitting vice president for a historically unpopular president. I mean, this was always going to be close. So as I look at New Hampshire, too early to call, but I'm willing to argue that New Hampshire and Virginia will go for Kamala Harris. I fully expect almost all these states to vote the same way they did before. I think Georgia and Arizona will probably flip. I would actually be kind of stunned if Nevada flipped. But at the same time, the Republicans have been doing one heck of a job at getting their people to vote and to take advantage of voting by mail after years of falsely claiming that the election was stolen thanks to mail-in voting. Donald Trump has a 1.5 million vote lead in the popular vote. It is still way too early to call. So this is only 2% of the expected vote. So I think turnout is going to be down from 2020. I just did not see that same type of energy from everybody that they're going to go vote one way or the other. So Donald Trump, they're pretty slow to count the vote in West Virginia, even though their turnout is usually the worst in the country. Kamala Harris is winning Vermont decisively. But in the House of Representatives, it's 20 Republicans, 7 Democrats. I think the Republicans and Democrats have about an equal shot of carrying the House of Representatives. The Senate, I fully expect a Republican victory unless the Democrats can hold Montana and Ohio. Because currently it's going to be 50-50. The Republicans flipped West Virginia. This is the first time since 1952 that the Republicans won this seat. It'll be the first time since 1959 that 2 Republicans represented West Virginia and that no Democrats the first time probably in living memory for, or at least Reconstruction, in which no Democrats held any statewide offices in West Virginia. Vermont, Bernie Sanders reelected. Tim Kaine likely to be reelected in Virginia. Rick Scott likely to be reelected in Florida. I think they should just call Florida for Rick Scott. I think he's going to be reelected, given that over 80% of the almost 80% of the vote is in. Excuse me, and I don't think that Debbie Mucarsel Powell. My apologies, I don't know how to pronounce that name. She's behind by nearly 1 million votes. 80% of the vote is in, roughly. I don't think she can make up that deficit. I just don't believe so. With respect to the so far no other races it can be called yet. I always find it interesting that Maine, we don't know about how Maine's going to go for the time being, but Maine uses instant runoff voting for this particular in their elections. I think Mississippi has runoffs for their Senate races. I don't know for certain, but some of these races, I just do not think for a second it's going to be particularly close. But so far, Ohio and Florida, states that the Democrats won in 2012, they could, and only won Ohio in 2018. Though they could do some damage losing those seats. Ohio, Kamala Harris is slightly ahead. So in terms of states leading and won, Kamala Harris is not too far behind Donald Trump. I do not expect this to be Ohio going for Harris. If it happens, it happens. I also am willing to argue that Donald Trump will win Florida, and it's 30 electoral votes. Again, I just don't see how she can make up the deficit in Florida. So I'm going to put it as a Republican hold in Florida. Ohio, too early to call. Georgia, too early to call. South Carolina, too early to call. North Carolina, way too early to call. I'm also going to argue that I expect New Hampshire and Virginia, but I'm going to wait before making my official call, even though I'm not a journalist and have no intention to be. But I can say I'm going to put all the states that I think quickly. I'm going to put basically I expect this map to be pretty red. I'm actually not going to go all the way through because then I got to fix the map. But I'm willing to argue Donald Trump will win Florida. There's nothing that's going to stop that from happening. 23 Republicans, 7 Democrats in the House of Representatives, 40 Republicans, 29 Democrats in the Senate. If anyone has any questions or wants to tell me how they think the election is going to go, tell me, and I would be happy to give my opinion on the matter, if I agree or not. But and all these people saying that you're voting for Trump because for lower gas prices, but our daughters and wives can't get abortions. All that talk, those talking points. There are more important issues going on in this country than the abortion debate. Yeah, it's an important debate, and in my opinion, there's one side's right, one side's wrong, but I'm willing to argue that there almost every issue is more important. Oh, I lost a few viewers. They're probably pro-choice. There are more important things going on right now than just whether or not you can have an abortion. I'm looking at my Facebook feed, and a lot of the people I can tell are mad coping for over Kamala Harris. I'm going to refresh the results. So Florida will be won by former President Donald Trump. Texas, Kamala Harris leads. This to me is a very interesting development. So I'm trying to see the states that were actually won. So we're able to project that Vice President Kamala Harris is the winner of Massachusetts, Maryland, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Vermont. Donald Trump is the projected winner of Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and West Virginia. Kamala Harris leads in North Carolina, New Hampshire, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Texas, and Virginia. Donald Trump leads in South Carolina and Georgia. So we're able to already paint a great deal of this map blue for Kamala Harris, as she has won Maryland, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Vermont, and Connecticut. I did not mean to give her New Jersey already, but I fully expect she'll win New Jersey. She also leads in Texas, surprisingly. But Donald Trump is the winner in Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. Yeah, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Oklahoma. And yeah, so far I got everything. In the House of Representatives, we're able to make a few more key projections. We're able to project Florida officially will go for Rick Scott. Tennessee will officially go for Marsha Blackburn. And we're able to project that Andy Kim will be the first Asian American United States Senator from New Jersey. He will win there. It is too early to call everything else. Pennsylvania and Ohio are now leaning for the Democrats. Texas is leaning for the Democrats, but it is way too early to call a winner in any of those contests. Virginia, too early to call. North Carolina, too early to call. Georgia and South Carolina. South Carolina, Donald Trump is the winner there. So Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris officially 95-35. In terms of states that lean one way or the other, and states won by one candidate or the other, Kamala Harris, in terms of leaning and one states, is leading Donald Trump. It's too early to call. The popular vote keeps saying only 2% reporting. But Donald Trump has a 1.5 million vote lead in the popular vote. But it's just interesting seeing some of these states. I don't think Harris can win Texas. I don't think she can hold on to Georgia or flip North Carolina. But ultimately, I think, like I said, for the last few weeks, I thought Trump's victory would be inevitable. But now I think it's objectively going to be a very tight race. Anyway, so far, no other Senate races can be. Wait, hang on. We're able to project Elizabeth Warren defeats John Deaton in Massachusetts. Sheldon Whitehouse defeats Patricia Morgan in Rhode Island. The Senate race in Connecticut is too early to call, but and Lisa Blunt Rochester, that was hard to say, is the projected winner in Delaware. She will be the first woman and the first Black person to represent Delaware in the United States Senate. Texas is too early to call. New York, too early to call. Maine, too early to call. The House of Representatives, 36 Republicans. Wow. 36 Republicans and 18 Democrats. Democrats need 200 more seats to flip the House. Republicans need 182 to hold the House. Marjorie Taylor Greene is the projected winner of Georgia and its one congressional district. Let's see if I can find her district. Yep, she's beating her Democratic challenger by almost over 34 points. No competitive seats have been called yet, but Democrats lead in most of them. As we look towards the governor's races, Republicans have held on to every seat that they previously had. New Hampshire, too early to call. North Carolina, too early to call. As for the United States, we're going further west now. In the Deep South, most of the seats in Alabama have been won by Republicans. Texas and Oklahoma as well. In the Senate, Sherrod Brown, Bob Casey, three-term Democratic incumbents are holding on firm. Tim Kaine, two-term incumbent, is leading. Ted Cruz is trailing currently. And where the vote comes from really matters is because in Texas, there is this red Republican rural stronghold, this firewall of sorts, where, in the big cities and in swing states, the Democrats, that's their firewall. If they can just get enough votes there and they can do well enough outside of that, they could win. And for Republicans, the same is true. Win rural areas by Saddam Hussein-style margins, and then just win enough support everywhere else to clear the state. And these border counties have a lot of Latino or Hispanic voters who generally vote heavily for the Democrats, but in the recent 8 years have moved pretty sharply away from the Democrats. I don't expect Trump to win a majority of the Latino vote, but if he can get 40%, I would say Kamala Harris doesn't have a chance. But I think she'll do well. But the question is, will she do well enough? In terms of competitive seats, nothing so far has been called. In terms of the Senate, nothing. Governor's races, only 3 have been called. Republicans, in order to have a majority of governorships, the Democrats or Republicans need to win 26 governorships. The Democrats need to win 6 governor's races, which is not going to happen. The Republicans need to win 4 more, which Montana, North Dakota, Missouri, Utah. I fully think they can do so. So I'm willing to say the Republicans will retain their majority of United States governorships. They will retain Missouri, North Dakota, Montana, Utah, and Democrats will retain Washington State. New Hampshire is too close to call. The House, more races. So far, none competitive have been won, but that's a lot of red and so few little blue. Pennsylvania, too early. For President of the United States, now we have Michigan. Kamala Harris leads in Michigan. The states that are in lighter colors have not been officially called. States that are in darker colors have been officially called by outside networks. Donald Trump, we're able to project Kamala Harris is the winner of Rhode Island, and it's 4 electoral votes, but Donald Trump is behind in that state. Kamala Harris is the projected winner of Connecticut, but so far not anywhere else. But Michigan, she has a heavy lead. Ohio, she has a lead. But a lot of these contests are way too early to call. Florida, they've been counting the votes really fast. We look at Florida. Miami-Dade County, she is losing Miami-Dade County. Hillary Clinton nearly won Florida by carrying Miami-Dade County by nearly 30 points. Joe Biden by 7. Kamala Harris is going to lose Broward County. And I think that we look at the margin, Donald Trump ahead by 124,000 votes statewide. 124,000 votes in Miami-Dade County. If there was a 248,000 vote swing from him to her in that county, she would still not come close to winning the state. So she winning that county wouldn't have changed the outcome, but it would have made it closer. We're able to say that, Oklahoma is for Trump. I'm looking at Arkansas. We're able to, Mississippi. I'm amazed they haven't called Arkansas yet. But so far, 408 electoral votes are up for grabs. But I anticipate very quickly that Donald Trump will close in on the Deep South and the Mountain Plain states. But I say that I understand that a lot of people that is going to be a lot of people are going to be upset one way or the other, whether it be Harris winning or Trump winning. Nebraska, too early to call. There's a number of interesting races. The Democrats did not put up a Senate candidate in the regular election for Nebraska. They did for the special election, except that guy is in his early 80s, and this guy is an independent who has mixed positions on the issues. But so far, the Democrats are having a strong showing for now. But as more votes come in, I fully expect it to be a lot more competitive. Kamala Harris is now behind in Texas. Trump leads in Texas, and he leads in Kansas. Trump is ahead in Georgia, but Kamala Harris still leads in the other aforementioned states. This race for the White House, now Trump has a healthy lead in winning in one and leading states. The Democrats are still behind considerably in the House and Senate. But what's interesting is they haven't called New Jersey, and I'm going to have to say that Kamala Harris will be the projected winner in New Jersey, and it's 14 electoral votes. I'm also going to call the vice president the winner of Delaware, Maryland, and the District of Columbia, New York State, and Illinois. I just do not see her having any chance of losing those states, even if her campaign has been less than perfectly run. Missouri, Arkansas, and Louisiana, Nebraska at large, and the 3rd District for Donald Trump. Trump will also be the projected winner in the Dakotas and Wyoming. That will put Donald Trump ahead of Kamala Harris, but not by a whole lot. Let me look at the House race again, the Senate race. I fully expect Connecticut to be won. So New York State, Connecticut, Maine, Minnesota, New Mexico, California, Nevada, Washington. That would be 8 more seats that I'm going to say will go to the Democrats. So 43 Republicans, 42 Democrats. The House of Representatives, too early to call. And then I'm going to argue that Donald Trump will win the 1st District of Nebraska, the states of Idaho, Montana, Utah, and Alaska. I think Kamala Harris will win California, Oregon, Washington, Hawaii, Colorado, and New Mexico, and Minnesota. So in terms of states that are leading or won, I fully expect, and the 2nd District of Maine will go for Donald Trump. Kamala Harris will win the 1st District of Nebraska, 2nd District of Nebraska. Now, I want to emphasize to those watching, this is not me saying she's going to win. I'm just saying that in terms of leading and won states, I forgot to put Pennsylvania here too. And she'll win the 1st District of Maine. I think that in terms of leading in won states, she's ahead 207 to Trump's 212 in leading in won states, 291 to 212 leading in one, but I don't expect her to win North Carolina. So the remaining states, too early to say anything, no reporting. That's why Pennsylvania and Michigan are leaning her way. Wisconsin, too early to call. So yeah, leading and won states, but Wisconsin, no votes are in yet. Kamala officially 95 to 35, Trump leads Harris, but in terms of states that are leading and won, if those states were to hold, Kamala Harris would be the winner. I expect her to win Maine's at-large votes. So, but again, it is way too early to call a winner in the presidential race. In the popular vote, Trump is ahead by nearly 2 million. 3% of the popular vote is in so far. So Ohio, she's ahead. Texas and Kansas, she's behind. But yeah, the election is going to be far from competitive in many areas. Maryland, officially won by Kamala Harris. Delaware, she is most likely to be called almost immediately the winner. We look at the Senate races again. Maryland will be too early to call for some time. The House of Representatives, The New Hampshire Democrats lead in both districts. The incumbent Democrat is probably going to be reelected in a landslide. But so far, some more seats have been called. A lot of these are safe seats. No matter what, someone would win. No competitive seats being called so far. So far, no upsets, no surprises. Democrats lead in a number of seats, but that's not enough to give us an outlook on how the House or Senate will go. We look at the Senate again. Colin Allred is now behind in Texas, so I'm going to say I think it's Ted Cruz who will win. So 44 Republicans and 38 Democrats, as the Democrats lead in those seats. So unless someone takes the lead, those seats are leaning or won by both parties. But Kansas, Kamala Harris leads in Kansas right now. She's behind in Texas, as I previously said. She is leading in Illinois by a landslide. Maryland, Kamala Harris country. But so far, in terms of states leading in one, or states that I am going to argue are going to go one way or the other, are going to be safely for one side or the other, she would be in a pretty solid position. He would be at Mitt Romney levels of humiliated if this was how the map would go, if she won that and everything else. So far, Kentucky, Kamala Harris is cleaning up her defeat there. In Florida, it's a pretty solid margin. In Alabama, it's bad for her. Maryland, the District of Columbia, I expect, will go to Kamala Harris. Let's see. So it's mainly big counties, big cities voting for her right now. She's not doing too poorly in various counties, but that's hard to say compared to the 2020 election. But so far, she has a narrow lead. About almost 36% of the vote is in. The key question is, can she appeal enough to the white working class to make those areas competitive, statewide, I mean, competitive, or even win? I think she can do it in Michigan and Pennsylvania, maybe Wisconsin, if Donald Trump didn't do enough. But I just can't see her winning Ohio or Iowa. Too little has changed for that to make a whole lot of sense. Unless voters really change their mind at the last minute, I expect Donald Trump to win Ohio. But so far, Kamala Harris leads in those states, but it is too early to call. Just because someone's ahead does not mean they're automatically going to win. But let's be honest with ourselves. Texas is probably going to be Trump country for a third time. But Florida, they're very fast at counting votes. New Hampshire is starting to pick up the pace, but nothing so far everywhere else. Let's look at the Senate again. Ohio is now leaning Republican. Missouri leaning Republican. Mississippi, the projected winner is Roger Wicker, the now 4-term senator from Mississippi. Republicans, various incumbents are going back to the Senate, or new senators are being elected. But ultimately, it's not looking good for the Democrats because West Virginia flipping red and the Senate remaining unchanged everywhere else, 50-50 tie. The Democrats have to win the presidency to have a tie-breaking vote in the Senate. But if Montana flips and Ohio flips, 52-48 Republican majority, Kamala Harris's agenda would be dead on arrival. And that's not even going with where the House goes, depending on how that goes. But so far, more seats have been called. So far, no competitive races have been called. Republican or Democratic challengers or incumbents so far that have large leads. It's far too early, and when more votes are counted, it does appear that the margins are too close to comfortably say, yeah, it's going one way or the other. So far, Democrats in Kansas are leading, but it's the early vote that doesn't mean much. The Republicans A number of seats were not contested, so by both parties. So it might be just who wins the national popular vote is, to me, that's it's not relevant, but it says that the country was really divided on how to pick the House. If anyone has any questions or wants to tell me what they think the election will look like for both the Congress, the White House, and governorships, feel free. Missouri, the Republican lieutenant governor, I fully expect will be the next governor. The state attorney general, the Democratic candidate, will probably beat the Republican candidate. So far, he is decimating uh, Mark Robinson, who has been in relentless scandals. We look at the presidential race. Uh, there is a significant disconnect between Mark Robinson and Donald Trump in terms of Trump is behind, but he has significantly more votes than Mark Robinson. Kamala Harris is significantly behind Josh Stein, who has no incentive really to help her because this is already a close race. He doesn't want to risk it becoming even closer. Democrats lead in the race for lieutenant governor, secretary of state, for attorney general of North Carolina, and then there are some ballot measures. Citizenship requirement to vote. It looks like that will probably pass by a landslide margin. Then we look at the nation at large. So far, a lot of this map is blue or red, but not a whole lot of official calls outside of beyond the states that have been mentioned previously. And the thing people need to understand is a lot of these people I've been listening to today, or reading on Facebook, were telling me, or telling whoever was reading, they can't believe that that this election's close because they think one side or the other is bad. And I would tell them, yeah, well, the people who are voting for your opposing candidate would feel the same way. And yeah, sadly for a lot of Americans, the lies about immigrants and quoting Hitler and all that stuff apparently is not a deal breaker. But for a lot of Americans, it apparently is not a deal breaker that she prosecuted parents whose kids were truant, that she, as a prosecutor, defended the death penalty, has shifted her positions on the issues. That's why it's close, is because they don't know what they're going to get with Harris, and they feel Trump was better. And for the people voting for Harris is because they like her. They agree with her on the issues. Same for those who like Trump, and they agree with him. But they also feel that they think he's a fascist. And it doesn't really help him when he's saying there's going to be a bloodbath, and he keeps quoting Hitler and saying the most weird stuff, saying that they're eating the dogs and cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets. That's not helping his case. And with Joe Biden dropping out, I'm not surprised that ultimately Trump now is seen as the older guy because he's literally 18 years older than Harris. I lost half the viewers for saying that, but, well, all I can say is that I'm not going to berate you over who you vote for. I'm going to disagree with it, and I think people should be able to defend how they voted. It's no one's right to know how you voted, but if you tell people how you voted and they criticize you, I think you should be able to handle that. So even though Kamala Harris is expected to win Maryland, because Biden literally crushed Trump by 2-1 in Maryland in 2020, out of the early vote, Donald Trump has a lead in Maryland with its 10 electoral votes because of Calvert County, Maryland. Then you look at the national popular vote. Donald Trump has an 8.9% lead. He is nearly 3 million votes. It's almost 2.5 million, over 2.5 million, excuse me. He is nearly 3 million votes ahead of Kamala Harris with 4% of precincts reporting in the United States. Missouri and Ohio are too close to call as Trump takes the lead in Ohio. So when we look at states that are leading or won by both sides, so far Kamala Harris is in a good spot. Donald Trump, however, it would be foolish to count him out just yet. So far, no Western states have been called. I'm amazed they haven't already called Arkansas, and they haven't already called Louisiana, or the District of Columbia, or Delaware, the home state of President Biden. But so far, I fully expect that these races are it's just so fascinating to me that so far the Greens are now ahead of the Libertarians a little more into the election when 4 years ago it wasn't that way. I'm trying to find how the other Libertarian ticket. So far, no votes yet. So far, the Constitution ticket is badly trailing, but as for governor's races, too early to call. I mean, New Hampshire is just way too close. A 207 vote difference. Remember, the Republican Kelly Ayotte lost her re-election bid in 2016 for the Senate by 1,000 votes. I'm certain this is not exactly a pleasant feeling for her right now. In terms of governor's races, the Republican candidates are leading by large margins. I'm looking at the House of Representatives from North Dakota. I fully expect a Republican landslide there. Vermont, I fully expect will be Democratic held. The Senate, Bernie Sanders reelected to a fourth term in the Senate. His Republican challenger is being crushed. We look and you see purple Bernie Sanders crushing the Republican Gerald Malloy. In virtually every county, in terms of the cities or municipalities, that's a different story. The governor has been reelected to a second term. As for the State House of Representatives, Democrats, it's likely going to be Democrats retaining the legislature. Lieutenant governor, the incumbent, is so far in a tight race. The office of Secretary of State of Vermont is too early to call. In the race for Attorney General of Vermont, it is too early to call. There are no ballot measures in Vermont, so I'm going to go back to look at New Hampshire and see. So the governor's race is too close to call. There is a ballot measure in New Hampshire, to raise the judicial retirement age. It looks like that might pass if the trends continue. We can look at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts because I've been meaning to cover the other issues on the ballot. For the House of Representatives, an independent candidate leads the Democratic incumbent, but it's too early to call. The Republicans lead the Democratic incumbent in Massachusetts' 9th District. For the state Senate, the Democrats will retain their majority in the Massachusetts House of Representatives, in the state Senate. And that Massachusetts Democrats will retain their majority in the House, as well as the House of Representatives. As for ballot measures, so far, 3 of them are passing. Then 2 of them are currently failing, but it is too early to call. We can then go back nationally to look at the state of Vermont, state of Rhode Island. The state of Rhode Island, the House of Representatives, both seats are too early to call. As for the state Senate, the Democrats will retain their majority in the state Senate, and they will easily retain their majority in the state House of Representatives. In Rhode Island, Constitutional Convention referendum likely to be defeated, or at least it's too early to call. Issue higher education bond, so far leading in favor. Everything else is so far looking like it could be approved. Only one of ballot measure is so far failing. We can look at the state of Connecticut. We have some more results. Arkansas, Mississippi, so far more states called for Donald Trump. Arkansas for Donald Trump, 49 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. So far, Donald Trump now leads in Ohio. Kamala Harris still leads in Kansas, too early to call. Maryland, Donald Trump still leads. He still leads in Rhode Island, even though there's 20% of precincts reporting Rhode Island is an interesting case just because of how early it is. He leads, but they've called the state for her just because it's a state that he has never won, never been competitive in. We can look at the Senate race. The Democratic incumbent reelected to a third term. So far, Republicans are leading in 2 races. Democrats have only carried, so far, are ahead in a few races, but nothing officially called. The state Senate and the state House of Representatives in Connecticut, too early to call. As for ballot measures in Connecticut, to expand absentee voting, so far the voters looking like they'll approve it. We can then move on to the state of New York. So far, nothing's been reported. There is several referendums. I think almost all of them would pass when the votes are reported. For the U.S. Senate, Andy Kim, next United States Senator from New Jersey. The House of Representatives, no seats have been called yet. There are no ballot referendums in New Jersey this year. So as we get further into the local coverage of the United States general election of this year, we can go ahead to Delaware, where Kamala Harris will likely win. The U.S. Senate, Lisa Blunt Rochester, has been the winner. There's an openly transgender House candidate for this at-large district for the House. Too early to call, but she likely will be the next representative. For the governor's race, too early to call. The Newcastle County Executive, Matt Meyer, leads the Republican opponent by a healthy margin. No Republican has been elected governor here for likely 40 years now after this. As for the state Senate, too early to call. For the state House of Representatives, too early to call. There is a lieutenant gubernatorial race, too early to call. As for the state of Maryland, Larry Hogan leads, but it's expected that Angela Alsobrooks will be the winner. No House races have been called yet. As for ballot measures, the right to quote-unquote reproductive freedom will likely pass, but too early to call. Pennsylvania, for the office of President of the United States, too early to call. For the United States Senate, too early to call. For the House of Representatives, 13 races have been, 3 seats out of 17 have been called. The state Senate, Republicans will likely retain their majority in the state Senate. It is also too early to call the Pennsylvania House of Representatives. For the office of Attorney General of Pennsylvania, too early to call. As for West Virginia, for the House of Representatives, too early to call. The governorship will be won by the Republicans for the second time in a row. The Republicans will retain their majority in the West Virginia Senate. The West Virginia House of Delegates, Republicans will likely retain their majority there. For West Virginia Secretary of State, I'm just going to say that it's likely going to be Chris Warner as the next Secretary of State of West Virginia. Attorney General John McCuskey will be the next Attorney General of West Virginia. Ballot measures prohibiting medically assisted suicide is too early to call. It is, so far, the referendum is failing, but it's too early to say. Let's see. What have they just called? Because her number went up. So they have not called anything else, so I must have been mistaken. Oh yeah, they officially called New Jersey for Kamala Harris. So officially she leads 52. She trails 101 to 52. I'm arguing that in terms of states that she's leading or has won, she would likely win, but I don't expect Kansas or North Carolina to stay. That's why I would say do not worry about Kansas or North Carolina. They aren't going anywhere from Trump, in my opinion. North Dakota, Donald Trump. South Dakota, Nebraska, I expect to be Trump country once more. So far, too early in Illinois. So we go to Ohio. So for the House of Representatives, 3 races called. For the state Senate, I think it's going to be Republicans retaining control of the Ohio legislature. As for ballot measures, to create a citizens redistricting commission to not allow politicians to draw their own boundaries, it's so far failing, but it is too early to call. As for Indiana, so there's the presidential race, the senatorial race, the House of Representatives, 3 races called. Governor's race, the Republicans will retain the governorship. They will likely retain the state Senate. They will likely retain the House of Representatives. They will retain the Attorney General's office, and in ballot referendums, remove superintendent of education from gubernatorial succession. So far, that measure is succeeding, but it is too early to call. Kentucky, besides the presidential race, the House of Representatives races, all 6 have been won by the incumbent office holders. Not a single challenger got close in defeating an incumbent member of the House. For the state Senate, the Republicans will likely retain their majority, as well as the House of Representatives in Kentucky. As for the ballot measures, allowing state funding for non-public education will likely be defeated. The requiring a citizenship to vote will likely pass. We go further down. Virginia, besides the presidential race, the Senate race, I expect to remain Democratic. The House of Representatives, 1 race has been called. The Virginia, oh wow. Property tax exemption for veterans and surviving spouses, that looks like it will easily pass in Virginia. I'm just going to say that this will be passed by the voters. I do not think for a second it's going to really have any chance of losing when it's that far ahead. We move further down. North Carolina, Donald Trump is ahead. I forgot to check up on that. Donald Trump now leads in North Carolina. So Harris's 1 and leading votes are under 270. Donald Trump is ahead, unsurprisingly. The House of Representatives, only 1 race has been called. The governor's race, too early to call, but Josh Stein is well ahead of his Republican opponent. He, the Attorney General, leads the Lieutenant Governor by over 100,000 votes. Democrats lead in the the state Senate, and the State House of Representatives, too early to call. Lieutenant Governor's race, the Democrats lead there barely, too early to call. For the office of Secretary of State, the incumbent, Elaine Marshall, the Democrat, is trailing her Republican challenger. The Attorney General's race is too early to call. The Republican opponent is still ahead. The Republicans have not won the Attorney General's office since 1896. The requiring citizenship to vote in North Carolina will likely pass. So far, so good for the number of these incumbents. So far, I haven't seen any incumbents lose their seats. So they're calling Illinois for Kamala Harris, Delaware, and that's essentially about it. So we look further in North Dakota, Donald Trump still ahead. I'm going to check the Senate race, see if there's anything from Nebraska. Too early to call. Ohio, Sherrod Brown is now back in the lead. Larry Hogan still leading, but it's a safely blue state, so this is just going to be a temporary thing. So far, nothing else has been called. But what's interesting is that New York is taking forever to count their votes because people to their east and west and south and north, more votes have been counted. Governor's races, Delaware, Matt Meyer will be the next governor of Delaware. Missouri and North Dakota will likely remain Republican. So let me check the South Carolina down ballot results. The House of Representatives, only 1 race has been called. The state Senate, the Republicans will likely retain their majority. The state that was in the state House, yes. The state Senate, the state House, the Republicans will likely retain their majority. In ballot measures requiring citizenship to vote, South Carolinians will require that you be a citizen of that state. They will require citizenship to vote in the elections there, repealing an existing provision that stated every citizen can vote. We move further. Let me check Tennessee. So the state legislature will stay Republican. The state delegation for the House and the Senate will stay Republican. Okay. So far, Kamala Harris leads. She's officially won Illinois. So far, Pennsylvania is too early to call. Michigan, too early to call. Kansas, Donald Trump leads in Kansas. So among states he's won and leads in, he's pretty close to where Kamala Harris is at. So beyond that, New Hampshire and Virginia, Donald Trump leads in. So that's a state Republicans haven't won since 2004. Republicans have not won New Hampshire since 2000. The District of Columbia, too early to call. North Dakota, too early to call, even though it's going to be a Trump victory there. A 3 million vote lead in the popular vote for Donald Trump. That's not bad at all for him, given that he's never won the popular vote. New Jersey, Delaware, and Illinois officially went for Harris. But this is what I think the map will look like before the end of the night in terms of leading and won states. But ultimately, this could really go one way or the other in terms of states leading and won by one side or the other. Rhode Island, Kamala Harris has taken the lead, and she's already won it. So, I mean, it's essentially a done deal there. The thing that amuses me is some of the down ballot results. So far, none of the states that she won elected a Republican senator. So far, none of the states that he's won has elected a Democratic senator. There's a lot of polarization in this country. We can go to Georgia now. If you want me to pull up a certain state result, let me know, and I will click on it. President of the United States, too early to call. House of Representatives, Republicans will have at least half, if not outright, a majority of the districts. I find it highly unlikely Democrats could even force a tie. Republicans will likely retain their majority in the state Senate, and Republicans will likely retain their majority in the House of Representatives. Ballot measures provide local homestead tax exemption will be passed by the voters. To create a tax court so far leads increasing the property tax exemption has passed 2-1 in the state of Georgia. In the state of Florida, let's take a look at Florida. President of the United States, Donald Trump will win there. The United States Senate, Rick Scott will win there. The United States House of Representatives, the Republicans have, all 28 races have been won, 20 by Republicans. The state legislature, Republicans will retain control of both houses of the legislature. Ballot measures, the right to fish and hunt passes. Legalizing marijuana will fail. To fish and hunt has passed. Partisan school board elections, to require partisan elections for local school boards, might pass. The right to an abortion in the Florida Constitution will likely, it's too early to say, but this could pass if it gets 60% approval. annual inflation adjustment for property valuations leads. Repeal public financing for statewide campaigns will fail. It is too early to. Well, over 80% of the vote is in, and given the fact that it needs 60% approval, even though the measure won the popular vote, it did not clear the 60% threshold to take effect, to win and then take effect. Now, with respect to Alabama, the House of Representatives, all races, three races have been called. It is far too early to say as to the remaining districts. As for ballot measures, that measure will probably might pass. It seems uncontroversial. Mississippi, the Senate will stay red with that seat, and the House of Representatives, Republicans will retain their majority of U.S. House districts from Mississippi. I don't know who Change Wolf is. No offense. So if you could, but he says that if he or she says that if Kamala wins, he'll be going back to Europe. I would like to ask why, but anyway, let me check the rest of the ballot measures and referendums and all that. The state of Arkansas so far, no House races have been called. It is way too early to call these districts there. I'm willing to just say this legislature will stay Republican. So far, both ballot measures are so far leading, but it's too early to say there. So far, 20% of House races have been called. Republicans have a 25-seat lead. We can go to the state of Oklahoma. House races all have been called. Well, 2 have been called. The Republicans will likely sweep it. The legislature will stay Republican. Yeah, the state's House of Representatives will stay Republican. The state Senate will likely be 2. Requiring citizenship to vote has passed. Creating public infrastructure districts so far is failing, will likely fail. We go to Texas. The state Senate, the U.S. Senate is too early to call. The House of Representatives, the Republicans and Democrats are tied for now, but it will likely stay Republican majority. The legislature will likely stay Republican. But hello, Darkana Night Shift. The Missouri Senate race, Josh Hawley is so far ahead. The U.S. Senate, the presidential race, too early to call. No House races in Missouri have been called. The governor's race, too early to call. The Republicans will likely retain their majority of state legislatures. Republicans lead for lieutenant governor, secretary of state, attorney general, and a ballot measure legalizing sports betting is failing to create the right to have an abortion in the Constitution. It's leading. Allowing a river casino, failing. Authorizing benefit funding for law enforcement, failing. Requiring citizenship and to prohibit instant runoff voting would pass. Looks like it will pass. Raising the minimum wage will likely pass. Excuse me. So I'm looking at the popular vote. Yeah, 3 million vote deficit for Kamala Harris. So far, we can look at Kansas. The House of Representatives, no races called. Republicans will retain the legislature. It's the same thing. I forgot to check Indiana, see where it's going. So Republicans will retain their majority of the House delegation, will retain the governorship and lieutenant governorship, the legislature, the attorney general's office, and in a ballot measure, so far, too early to call. Missouri, Kamala Harris leads. Too early to say, though, who will win there, but it's likely a Trump victory there. But so far, Louisiana, they haven't called it yet. Excuse me. The Michigan House of Representatives, too early to call. The Senate and the House of Representatives elections there, too early to call. Let me look at Illinois. U.S. House, too early to, will likely be Democratic majority. The legislature, Democratic controlled. It looks like all three ballot measures will pass. We move on to, so I think I've covered a great deal of these. Mississippi, let me check again. No, I already checked that. Arkansas, House of Representatives. Let me see the ballot measures again. Both are passing so far. Third party Libertarian candidate leads, but almost none of the vote is in. So I think that's just funny. North Dakota, we look at the U.S. Senate. Republicans will likely win there. The House, too early to call. The governor's race, too early to call. The legislature will be retained by the Republicans. Update constitutional language is passing. Modifying initiative process and requirements, failing. Reduce legacy fund limit, failing. Prohibiting property tax. Is failing. Legalizing marijuana, failing. But so far, it is too early to call there. But so far, the map still is favorable to Harris in terms of leading in one states. Let's see. But I'm going to give Trump, Kansas, and Missouri because I think he's going to win there. So in terms of states, I think will be won by one side or the other, and states that are leading or actually won, Trump would be in the lead. Republicans need just 151 more seats to retain the House. Democrats need 181 more. In the U.S. Senate, so far, the only competitive seat is Florida so far that's been called. The Democrats got crushed there. So, okay, Maine. Finally, we're getting results out of the state of Maine. In the state of Maine, for President of the United States, Donald Trump leads in the electoral statewide and in the second district. The first district is too early to call. For the U.S. Senate, so far, Angus King leads statewide. The Democrat is in distant third. The Republicans in a closer than usual second. The House of Representatives, the Democrats lead in both races. Too early to call. For the state Senate and House of Representatives, Democrats will likely win there. Limiting contributions to basically three of the ballot measures are passing. One is definitely failing, and one is too early to call. Only one swing state has been called, and that was for Donald Trump. Donald Trump leads in. So far, it's just Donald Trump just doing pretty well tonight. But as I'm looking at this, I say that Donald Trump has a lot to be happy about, and Kamala Harris has a lot to be not so happy about. But Darkon says he's going to be going in and out consistently. So far, Kamala Harris is not doing so hot, but it's way too early to call the election. Republicans are doing so well; they're holding their own. They're leading in the popular vote, the Electoral College, the Senate, the House, and they're going to retain the majority of governorships. We are able to project that incumbent Attorney General Josh Stein defeated incumbent Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson The Democrats will win their third consecutive gubernatorial election. Josh Stein will be the next governor of North Carolina. The lieutenant governor's race, too early to call. The state secretary of state, too early to call. For the office of Attorney General of North Carolina, too early to call. For ballot measures, the requiring citizenship to vote passes. In terms of North Carolina, it looks like there is a significant difference. You got those who are voting for Donald Trump, and you got those voting for Josh Stein. In Wayne County, North Carolina, Josh Stein is leading there. We then go to the presidential race. Donald Trump easily leads there. We then go to the lieutenant governor's race, a lot closer. So this race is going to be intense in North Carolina. The Democrat winning there by a landslide, but it's not helping Kamala Harris. I'm going to check the ballot measures again in Florida. That was the only thing I think Kamala Harris could have hoped for in terms of any chance of winning, was if that measure would pass by a lot and she could ride the coattails. But so far, 80% of the vote is in, well over 80% of the vote. Mathematically, there's still a possibility that the Floridian people will enshrine abortion in the Constitution, but it is too early to say. They really need to the pro-life crowd needs to expand in Florida in order to keep that under 60%. I mean, I expect the referendum to pass, but if it fails, I would be stunned. So almost 3.5 million votes ahead. Kamala Harris is still trailing by a significant margin. Donald Trump is closing the deficit in Pennsylvania and Michigan. How goes ya? Asks somebody in the chat. I'm doing all right. Do you think Don will win Virginia this time? You know, that's been an interesting question, because on the one hand, I want to say it's not impossible, but at the same time, he's been really unpopular. But I think that Kamala Harris, I feel like it's going to be too close for comfort for Democrats in Virginia. Let's look at the Senate race. Let's see. Tim Kaine, the incumbent, is barely ahead. Donald Trump leads Kamala Harris by a small margin. Some of these Senate candidates are what's going to get her over the top, or him, depending on the state. Michigan, too early to call. Pennsylvania, too early to call. Missouri, too early to call. I think Maine will likely see the independent reelected. But so far, Republicans are having a really good night in the Senate races. The Democrats are pretty far behind, but it is still way too early to say one way or the other who will win control of the Senate. Looking at the Kansas presidential race, too early to say. But I don't know. On the one hand, Donald Trump would have to run it up in rural Virginia areas, and he's going to have to win over a lot of suburban women whom he has repelled during his presidency and candidacy for the White House. He'd have to win a lot of them over in order to close the deficit enough to actually take Virginia or give Kamala a run for her money. So Democrats are holding on to the two governorships they have already held. Going into the governor's race in New Hampshire, too early to call. Kelly Ayotte ahead by nearly 5,000 votes. Ballot measure so far is passing. We can then go to Vermont. New York. They have called New York for Kamala Harris. Why do I have Vermont? The state of New York. Kamala Harris is the projected winner of Vermont. Kirsten Gillibrand, the incumbent, will win a third full term. House Democrats will likely retain their majority of House districts. The state Senate and House of State Assembly will be retained by the Democrats. Ballot measures, too early to call. We're able to project for the United States Senate that the Democrats will retain Delaware and that they will retain New Jersey. Republicans will retain North Dakota. let's see. Wyoming, North Dakota, and Nebraska special election will be won by the Republicans. The independent candidate for the U.S. Senate from Nebraska, he leads by a lot, but it is way too early to call. But he has run an exceptional campaign as a third-party candidate against a sitting senator. Republicans will retain their majority in the Nebraska legislature. It's officially nonpartisan, but so far I'm looking at the ballot measures. To enshrine the right to an abortion in the Constitution is passing. To prohibit it past the first trimester is failing. Every other measure is passing so far. So I'm going to look at some more states. Louisiana, South Dakota, North Dakota, and Wyoming, all for Donald Trump. New York, Delaware, Illinois have been called for Kamala Harris. So I'm just going to recap. So in terms of the so far, this race is picking up pace, but 9% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is at 120 official electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 99. In terms of the states they're leading or have won in, or at least I am certain of how they'll go, Donald Trump is pretty close to the White House. But that is if he can hold on to Virginia. And I expect a Harris victory because I think the big city vote in Virginia will be enough to carry her to victory, but for now, this thing is just way too close for comfort. It's just funny seeing Kansas with Harris ahead, but so little has been reported. But for now, Kansas Democrats can feel good. Okay, we got New Mexico. Wait, what? Donald Trump. Okay, I'm not really sure what to make of this. Donald Trump is by one vote is wow. I'm really kind of having a hard time reading the results because this is strange. It shows Donald Trump losing to various third-party candidates over who all have a significant number of votes apparently. But yeah, that's going to have to hold on because Donald Trump, I think Kamala Harris will win New Mexico, but I don't think a third-party lead. I find that to be improbable. I think the vote is way too early from New Mexico. If Donald Trump wins Virginia, he'll be the first since George W. Bush in 2004. If he wins New Mexico and Nevada, for both, he'd be the first to win it as a Republican since then. Donald Trump leads by nearly 3 million in the popular vote. I think Harris will be able to slightly close the gap, but for now, we can see that he is leading the popular vote. Chase Oliver, the Libertarian nominee, the very, very controversial Libertarian nominee who I very, very reluctantly voted for, given that the other options were either insane or criminals. Anyway, he is the top third-party candidate. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., despite dropping out, collected 138,000 votes. I'm so far, let me check Virginia. I don't know if he's on the ballot in Virginia. He is not. And let's see. So I'm trying to find all the states where there's a plurality. I don't trust what's coming out of New Mexico right now, so I'm going to have to hold on. So far, the third-party vote isn't really holding anyone below 50%. The House of Representatives, the Republicans need to hold on to 143 more seats in order to retain the House, and the Democrats need to win 175 seats. Wow, that took me longer than I would like. Then the Senate, Democrats need to win 15 or 16 to hold the Senate. Republicans need 14 or 15, depending on how the vice presidential race goes, of course. The independent challenger leads the Republican incumbent in Nebraska. This man has run an outstanding campaign, and he is crushing it for now. I don't expect him to win, but I think he's going to do a really good job in this campaign. And if he wins, he has said he will not caucus with any party. So this election could get very, very interesting very, very quick. Well, very, very slowly. So far, the Democrats are holding their own in the Senate, with the exception of West Virginia, of course. For the House of Representatives, so far, Oklahoma has almost been entirely called. No state except Vermont has had all of their races called. Well, West Virginia too, Florida as well. Florida has been counting the votes really fast, and that's awesome. North Dakota, Republicans will retain the governorship there for they've won it in 1992 and have held it ever since. Republicans are now ahead for governor and the in Missouri and ahead in the Senate for Missouri. Democrats ahead in Missouri for the Senate and behind for the governorship. Larry Hogan leading by 1%, well, by 45 points, but only 1% of the vote is in. Nebraska, the Democratic challenger leads the incumbent, but they have already called it for the Republican incumbent. I'm looking at the so I'm going to look at Maine again. The race is too early to call. Angus King is ahead by a healthy margin, but so little has reported. It is way too soon to call the election. And if no candidate gets a majority in Maine, it will go to an instant runoff, which that's how it should be for everything in this country, in my opinion. So far, not a whole lot has changed. No states have flipped. Maybe some counties have flipped or are going to flip. We're able to project that Colorado will stay, is leaning for the Democrats. I think they took New Mexico away to correct the results or the reports of how how it will go there. But they have a lot going on in terms of elections there. Ballot measures, too early to call. The legislature, the state house, the U.S. House, I mean, all of it too early to call. Now, with respect to the Democrats have been closing the gap in the House and the Electoral College, but the Senate, not really. Ohio, too close to call. Pennsylvania, too early to call. So I'm looking at competitive races. Only one has been called, and that was Florida. And governor's races. North Carolina is the only one that was initially competitive, but Josh Stein buried his opponent. We look at the governor's race. We look at the presidential race. There is a significant drop-off. Kamala Harris is running over 100,000 votes behind Josh Stein. Mark Robinson is running almost 300,000 votes behind Donald Trump. The legislature is too early to call. The lieutenant governor's race is too close to call. The Secretary of State's office is too close to call. The Attorney General's race is too close to call. The ballot measure has passed. Okay, we're able to project Donald Trump will be the winner of Ohio, and it's 17 electoral votes. Donald J. Trump will win Ohio. 17 electoral votes. Kamala Harris wanted it badly, but Donald Trump will hold on. The state has not voted Republican 3 times in a row since 1960 with Richard Nixon. Iowa, Donald Trump leads in Iowa, and it's 6 electoral votes. We're able to say that I think Iowa will go to Donald Trump. He trails in Colorado. Wisconsin, too early to call. Missouri, too early to call. But yeah, Donald Trump will hold Ohio. The former president will defeat the incumbent vice president in a state that no Democrat has won since the Obama-Biden ticket of 2012. For the United States Senate, that must not be welcome news for Democrats in Ohio. They have a Senate race they need to hold. And if we take a comparison of the Senate race, this is the Senate race. Under 100,000 vote difference. The presidential race is significant. There's a significant number of Trump supporters willing to vote for a Senate Democrat. Because we go back to the Senate, and there's the difference. Donald Trump is ahead of the Republican Senate candidate by almost 200,000. Kamala Harris is behind by only 30,000 votes, which tells me there is a significant deficit between those voting for Trump and those voting for the Republican Senate candidate. Not to say that means that candidate will lose, but Trump has an appeal amongst voters that other Republicans just don't. We're able to project that the right to an abortion will not be enshrined in the Florida Constitution. The pro-life movement wins this election, albeit the pro-abortion crowd won the popular vote. So far, 1 ballot measure passed and 3 failed. So the Republicans have a victory in Florida in that way as well. Maybe Donald Trump's vote against it, as he said he was going to vote against it after he said he would vote for it. Maybe that might have helped. I don't know. In the United States Senate, too early to call. Angus King is now under half the vote, so maybe if the two parties can fight hard enough, maybe an instant runoff. But now the race is starting to tighten in Nebraska for the special and regular election. Republicans are now ahead in both the Missouri Senate race, well, not the presidential race, but so far Kamala Harris is starting to kind of keep the margin from going to 4 million for Trump. She's only behind by 3,193,223 votes. Jill Stein is back in third over Chase Oliver. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is far behind in fifth. Claudia De La Cruz in sixth. Cornel West in seventh. Randall Terry in eighth. And all these other also rans far, far behind. But they have called that Senate race in Wyoming. The U.S. House of Representatives, the Republicans will likely hold the House race in Wyoming. Donald Trump is the winner of Wyoming and its 3 electoral votes. They have called Texas for Donald Trump. Donald Trump will win the state of Texas and its 40 electoral votes. This gives Donald Trump a significantly better showing than 2016 or 2020. Well, it's better than 2020 and so far around where he got in 2016. For the United States Senate, I'm going to argue that Ted Cruz will be reelected to the Senate. For the House of Representatives, the Republicans will retain their majorities. Legislature will stay Republican. Now, given where everything else stands, I think that the Republicans are so far doing so good. Okay, the Dark Conservatarian's joining us.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yep, yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. I am actually joining via my phone and earbuds, and my phone is like at less than 30%, so I get plugged into the wall, and I'm doing that while I'm cleaning up after our Bible study, and I actually fed everybody chili tonight, so and they all liked it, so that's pretty cool.
Darkon is now a chef.
I've known how to cook for quite a while here, dude, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm being sarcastic. Anyhow, I was just going to say that, you got Darkon Entertainment, you got the Dark Conservatarian. Maybe you can have your own cook show, and unlike Lord of Patriarchy, you can keep it PG-13.
Lord of Patriarchy, he can be R-rated, and I'd be the PG-13 cooking show.
Yeah, I think he could do with some therapy. Oh, there's some more electron projections.
Wait. Did you say that he could go for some therapy, like he needs some therapy, or are you suggesting he be a therapist?
I would suggest he needs therapy with how often he puts scantily clad women kissing on the sidebar of his cooking videos. We're able to say in the state of Nebraska, the at-large district, the at-large electoral votes will go for Donald Trump. The first district and 2nd District are leaning for Kamala Harris. The 3rd District is leaning for Donald Trump. None of the ballot measures are they're not calling the regular Senate race. The Republican incumbent is still behind the independent challenger.
Didn't I hear somebody? It was either you or Ranking Monkey, who I was just listening to a little bit earlier, say that he's actually leading so far in Maine.
Donald Trump. Let me see. Yeah, so far, and it's good to mention that Donald Trump leads statewide in Maine with 1.1% of the expected vote in. The 1st District is heavily for Kamala Harris. The 2nd District is almost equally heavy for Donald Trump. I expect it to be 3 votes for Harris, 1 for Trump in the Electoral College from Maine. I mean,
by the way, it's background noise for my running water bag. Hello?
I still hear you.
Okay, I was asking if the running water in the background bad.
I didn't even notice it was there till you said it, so I think you're good.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's quite odd. Like, well, I don't know. It's just 1 or 2% of reported voting that is in already. So, but even then, it's still kind of interesting to see Donald Trump leading, or a Republican in general, leading in blue Maine so far, whereas Kamala Harris is leading in red Kansas so far.
right, Kamala Harris leads in Iowa by nearly 18 points, but 9% is reporting. In Wisconsin, Donald Trump leads by over 20 points. In Minnesota, the home state of Governor Tim Walz, the Democratic VP candidate, Donald Trump leads there with only very, very little of the vote reporting. In my fiance's native Colorado, the state is heavily going for Kamala Harris so far. Donald Trump leads in New Mexico, which no Republican has won since 2004 for president.
You want to hear something funny?
Sure.
I actually heard a coworker earlier today at work say that he thinks that Kansas unironically is going to go to Harris for this presidential election, which I don't know. I mean, Kansas might be kind of on its way to becoming a small swing state in the same way that Nevada seems to be right now. But I don't see that for this election cycle. Another thing that he said is that he was trying to like make some argument as to why that Iowa will go blue this go around. But and not to say that to rule that out or anything, but his reasoning for that was just so freaking weird. He said that Iowa has always been Republican these last few decades, but this is the first time that I ever seen it to go Democrat. And so, like, what? That went for Obama twice.
Yeah, it had Democratic
It's
governors.
like, what are you smoking? And not to mention, it also went for Gore back in 2000. So it's not like Iowa has been the most loyal of Republican states over the last few decades.
Right, because the state, Laura Kelly won in 2022 despite being a Democrat. She nearly lost. Iowa has a statewide elected official, state auditor, as a Democrat. The state, it voted twice for Bill Clinton. In fact, from 1988 to 2004, Iowa was a blue state for president. Bush
For one to win, sorry.
88 through 2004. Dukakis won it, Clinton, Gore, then Bush once, Obama twice, Trump twice. Ohio and Florida, the only states to vote for Trump twice and Obama twice. So I don't see Ohio flipping until maybe 2028 or 32, depending on how this goes. I don't think Iowa will flip. I think the Ann Seltzer poll will probably get it wrong. I mean, because at one poll, as far as I'm concerned, that's just either she has got something that she knows something we don't, or people are still lying to the pollsters, and I don't think we're going to ever have another election where we can think the polls have any type of credibility. So,
I mean, I've been like generally disregarding polls anyway. I mean, I go thinking that if a state poll specifically is reading close in a swing state, then it probably means that Trump has like a very fair fighting chance, if not gonna safely, well, or at least barely win that appropriate state. Because I do not know this from personal experience, but from all the talking points I hear is that the pollsters like typically always lean Democrat because they sample big cities a little bit too much, and big cities typically go blue more than anything else.
right. Yeah, I mean, and then you got to figure in people might change their mind after having told the pollster one thing, or people who are undecided broke one way or the other, and then the margin of error. People think Hillary.
Yeah.
The polls were wrong and technically were, but the margin of error in the swing states was enough that Trump could theoretically win. Wisconsin is uniquely where they got it wrong because that was outside the margin of error. It looks like Iowa will modify its gubernatorial line of succession, kind of modeling it after the 25th Amendment, requiring citizenship to vote and modify the voting age. Looks like it will probably pass in Iowa, but it is too early to say.
Modify the voting age? What?
Yeah, let me check that again because so a lot of these states are passing amendments to say that you have to be a citizen to vote of the United States.
Well, you said voting age. Like what? Iowa or some other state is going to make it so that 16-year-olds can vote?
So far from what I'm finding of that particular ballot measure, I'm trying to find Iowa again because okay, it will allow those who are 17 to vote in primaries as long as they're 18 before the general election. That is how it is in my home state. That's how it is in my home state. I voted as a 17-year-old in the mayoral primary in my home state. Then I turned 18 before the general election, and that's why my vote legally could be counted. That's what they're going to do in Iowa.
Interesting.
Michigan, Kamala Harris leads. Pennsylvania, New Hampshire.
So they aren't like actually leaning into the Adam Friend wet dream of giving children the right to vote.
I guess not.
I mean, I don't think you listen to such an Adam all that often, but that's like a running gag with Adam is that he always go like mentioning, give kids the right to vote, and everybody just cringes to death at that. Everybody like left, right, and center of their audience.
Oh, wow. In the national popular vote, 17% of the expected vote is in. Donald Trump has nearly 29 million. Kamala Harris barely cracked 26 million. Libertarian candidate barely cracked 200,000. Jill Stein's 10,000 votes ahead. Robert Kennedy Jr. is at nearly 150,000.
And obviously, Trump ain't going to end with with winning the popular vote. That would like require a massive switch amongst big like chunks of California in order for that to get to happen. And what?
Oh, he'd have to win. He'd have to close the deficit in New York, California, and really expand it in Texas. He's almost ahead by 10 points in Texas. That's why he's doing so well. He's winning Florida by the biggest margin for Republicans since 1988, the last time the state went for anyone by double digits.
Right. But one thing that I want to say is that about California being like a Democrat stronghold, and them like more often not winning the electoral college despite winning the popular vote than that of Republicans. Really, I don't want to like give ideas, but Democrats could really like get themselves the electoral vote more often if only like more people within California would just spread out more,
Yeah.
Instead of focusing all on Cali, thinking that that's the best state to ever exist in the history of states.
Well, that's the thing is the reason why the Republicans have been so good at winning the House and winning more than 200 seats, no matter what, except for 2008 and 2018, is they are better. Their votes are better efficiently spread out. Democrats live in heavily blue districts, and that is usually just not for them enough to win. They have to really win the national popular vote by a lot to win a majority there. So
Yeah,
far,
might I add, like, it's kind of ironic that the supposed, like, tree-hugging, nature-loving leftist hippies, they, ironically enough, become the ones that most often live in major urban centers, as opposed to Republican voters or right-wingers in general, who are stereotyped as these sort of industrial-loving, like, polluters or whatever, that end up living more in rural or at least light suburban areas.
right, and I mean the Democrats. I think we're starting to see their message. Their message has been fickle. I mean, because I'm looking at the abortion referendum in Florida. It failed. It will not become a part of the Constitution.
The
I
Florida
think,
Constitution?
yeah, Amendment 4 would have enshrined abortion as a right in the Constitution of Florida. It needed 60% support to pass, but 43% voted no. And with 87% of precincts reporting, they have called that the referendum there will fail. They won't legalize pot either. They enshrine the right to fish
Really?
and hunt. Yeah, they enshrined the right to fish and hunt, as my state did in 2020. There's really no competitive races in Kansas that I can think of that are, because the Republicans are just going to keep the legislature and just effectively crush the Democrats everywhere else. There is some.
Apparently, there's a. Well, I think he's more in the state legislature, but this might be a little bit undignified to mention, but I go off of a little bit of a one of those cheat sheets for voting that from a pro-life group here, and that is based primarily in Wichita, Kansas. Actually, I think it might be all of Kansas, but anyway, and they got endorsing like a black Republican who is from my district, and that's who I voted for. And if there's, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but still.
No, yeah, I voted. My state house district is. There was only two candidates. One is explicitly pro-choice, the Democrats. That wasn't hard for me to vote Republican in that race. I voted Libertarian for governor, for president, for if the Libertarian was on the ballot, I just voted for that person. I voted for the Independent American ticket for one office and for the Forward Party for auditor. And
Forward Party, that's Andrew Yang's party, right?
Yeah, that particular candidate was either them, the Republican, or the Democrat, and I mean, so I split the ticket various ways. So the House races.
Well, kudos to you. You honestly do more your due diligence than I do. I mean, I've been too busy with other stuff. I haven't been researching as much as I probably should have been with in regards of this election cycle, or within regards of any election cycle, really. Like the most effort that I probably put into researching a third party's political position would probably have to be Evan McMullin in 2016.
Yeah, I voted for him in 2022 for the Senate, and he did better than I anticipated.
Did he run as independent?
Yep. He was able to make it practically a two-way race. He got almost 43% of the vote. It is the closest a Republican has ever gotten to losing a Senate race since 1970.
Was it an independent or Constitution Party, or what did he exactly run as?
He ran as an independent. He had the endorsements of the Democrats, the Reform Party, the Forward Party, this Christian
Democrats.
Yeah, he was able to run as this centrist candidate, and he also had the endorsement of this Christian Democratic Party.
Is he still pro-life, or has he had a major flip on his political beliefs in 2016?
From what I understand, he's still identified as pro-life. Let me let me see. Evan McMullin. Let me see his political positions.
Because that's surprising that a Democrat be endorsing a guy who was, in all practicality, a
very conservative
typical
guy.
kind of establishment conservative guy in 2016. Yeah, only for him to run in the Senate in 2022 and then get endorsed by Democrats. Although, I guess, relatively speaking, if he was endorsed by no one but Utah Democrats, I guess, relatively speaking, they might be conservative compared to California Democrats. So it's probably not too far fetched.
Yeah. McMullin said that he said that Utah's abortion trigger law was a good starting place for states that are responsible for setting abortion policy. He described himself as pro-life, opposing the extremes on both sides. He
Right. He probably opposes giving the death penalty for mothers, for example.
yeah.
Opposes banning it all the way down to 0 weeks, I can imagine.
Yeah. He has not changed his position on what kind of justices he would support for the Supreme Court. He still supports free trade, which I agree. He wants to reform. He hasn't said much on his Social Security views, but means testing and raising the minimum age, which I can agree with. Tax cuts, I agree with. He supported Trans-Pacific Partnership, which I don't. I'm just going to concede I don't know enough to fully say I supported or opposed, but I don't think having these big cronies being involved in the process of writing that bill was a particularly good idea.
Right.
So
by the way,
they're calling.
You might have.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
All right.
People are here to listen to you.
You're good. They called the 3rd district for Donald Trump the most heavily Republican district in the United States. They called at large for Donald Trump as well. He's at 178.
What district?
The 3rd district of Nebraska, and they called the statewide race for Trump. 2 more districts are to be called. Harris leads in both.
Interesting. Apparently, I recently looked at electoral maps. He won everything in Nebraska. Then he lost one of the districts in 2020, and now you say that it's likely that the Democrat nominee of this race might win both of the smaller districts of Nebraska. So there's something that is trending blue there in Nebraska.
Yeah,
and that's kind of almost a similar thing here in Kansas because honestly, there are like a whole lot more people outspoken for Harris and Walz, particularly in the Riverside district of Wichita here, which I guess was kind of leftist to begin with. I mean, you wouldn't believe the amount of pride paraphernalia that would be hung up around and on these houses. Not only is it just like a showcasing of a leftist beliefs, but it's also like a real ugly eyesore. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I haven't seen like too many pro-Trump signs, but there's like a lot of Harris Walz signs. I will still say that Sedgwick County at large and really Kansas ultimately will go to Trump by probably about 55% abouts. But still, there seems to be a bit of a growing Democrat base here in Kansas, especially if the Value Them Both Amendment won. Although it's kind of questionable as to why and what percentage of people within the appropriate votes, the yes vote versus the no vote, why that they voted the way that they did, but still.
Right. I'm looking at the District 1 in Nebraska, 35% is reporting. Harris leads by nearly double digits. District 2, 46% of precincts reporting. She leads by 22. District 3, Donald Trump won it by nearly 40 points, 16% reporting. 32% reporting statewide. I just wonder if let's say that I just wonder what percentage of those who voted no on that referendum you mentioned voted for Trump and what percentage voted for Joe Biden. I think that I think that obviously, I've not been happy for the last 2 years about how the pro-choice movement has won a number of referendums on abortion. I think that the best
I will.
case.
I will say that within my years of paying attention to politics and talking to people, there is a certain selection of people who I'd almost call right-wing nihilists, I guess you could say, or at least right-wing pro-choicers, at least anyways. People who are kind of like war folks who kind of lean or even outright do support the Trump kind of Republicans, but are like very solidly pro-choice, and so maybe it's those types of people that came out and voted for Trump in the last few elections, but they ultimately voted for or against the Value of them both amendment. There's also the caveat that some of these that some pro-lifers got gaslit out of their beliefs, got gaslit into thinking that really it's a pro-choice bill because it doesn't ban all abortion completely right off the bat in one go. No, it just opens up the possibility for further banning abortion and making it so that I can't remember the specifics right now. It's been years, but still.
Right. So
it wasn't extreme enough for those people, so therefore they voted against it, which is retarded.
Yeah. So I'm looking at gubernatorial races. Only 5 more need to be called. Montana and Utah, Washington, and that would be. I'm trying to find. I guess the rest are still. There's no race in some of these states. So Delaware Democrats will hold it. They've held it since '93. Republicans hold Indiana since 2005. Missouri Republicans are expecting to win there. Montana Republicans will likely win there. New Hampshire, way too close to call. North Carolina Democrats will hold there. They love moderate Republicans in New Hampshire. Their governor won 4 terms, 2 landslides, and he's not running again. He endorsed Nikki Haley in the Republican primary and lost. She was an awful candidate. I think we can all agree that a woman can handle being president. I think Nikki Haley would have been a very, very bad president for our country. I think.
Yeah, she would have been shitty, but I at least did not find her personality as insufferable. Listen to her in the debates as listening to Kamala in the interviews. Yeah, I don't know. What's your thoughts?
Oh, she was atrocious. I mean.
Actually, kudos to her. She was one of the few Republicans to actually be outspoken against the Trump bucks.
Yeah.
Even though she probably would have preferred to devote that spending to, getting involved with Ukraine or some shit, but so it's a bit of a double-edged sword, but still.
Oh yeah. So in Maine, Donald Trump leads by 11 points. 2% reporting.
Really? Only 2%. Of course.
Yeah.
So.
The first district, 1.4% reporting. Kamala Harris leads by almost 10 points. District 2, it's the largest district in the state, 2.6% reporting. Trump leads Harris by nearly 24 points. That's why he's leading statewide. Is the first district margin is heavier than the second district margin. That's why in 2016, he nearly defeated Hillary Clinton in Maine. He did so well in New Hampshire, he nearly defeated her there. The governor's race is the Republican who, remember, she lost her reelection bid for the Senate in 16 by 1,000 votes. She's up by 8.5 against the former mayor of Manchester, Joyce Craig. Missouri is still leaning for the Democrats for governor and for president.
Wait, what is?
Missouri.
Missouri?
Yeah. It's pretty early, about 20% of the expected vote.
For some reason, I thought you said Missouri was looking like it was going to likely go Republican. Well, unless I was mishearing you.
No, I expect it to be likely Republican. It's just right now the expected vote, the Democrats are ahead. But given the Republican firewall that is rural Missouri, and the fact they don't do so piss poor in St. Louis and Independence and all these other areas, that I expect the Republicans will retain Missouri. We're able to call Nebraska's special election. The Republicans will win the special election, but the regular election is too early to call. Wyoming, John Barrasso wins a fourth full term as a senator. Excuse me, a third full term as a United States senator. The New Mexico Senate race is too close to call. Maine, too early to call. For president of the United States, Trump leads in New Mexico by nearly 2 points with 18% of the vote reporting. Georgia.
How's Virginia going?
Virginia, 50% to 48.3% for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris with 58% of precincts reporting. The usual scapegoat.
That is, even if Kamala wins it at the end of the day, that's still a good showing for Trump. I mean, don't you remember of how that back in 2020 that they were calling that state for Biden pretty fucking early? Even when that Trump was, in all practicality, in the votes, was leading in the votes and early reportings, they were still calling it for Biden.
Right. I mean, because in 2016, Hillary Clinton won the state with about a 5-point margin. Then Trump became extremely unpopular, and the statewide races were going for high single or double digits. And then by the 2020 election, Biden crushed Trump among the voters there. And ever since then, the state has been increasingly competitive. They barely flipped the state house back in 2023, the Democrats, I mean. So I'm adding the third-party vote in Virginia,
Okay.
the leftist third-party vote right now.
I wonder what it is that Youngkin might have done to sort of turn off people from Republicanism.
Well, the abortion proposal he made caused a backlash. And also, I think ever since Roe, I think the Democrats have been looking to pillory the Republicans at every election, just as like a backlash thing. I'm adding the third party vote right now. Harris trails by 46,000 votes in Virginia. If every leftist third party vote went for her, she would still be behind by nearly 17,000 votes. So she still
in
is
where?
struggling in Virginia. She is still pretty far behind. The big cities, big counties that are voting for her, like Loudoun County, Fairfax County, Manassas, which I've been in Manassas. It's a very Democratic area. All these areas are voting for her, but not by enough to put her in front right now. But it's still too early to call Virginia. We're able to look at the United States Senate. Maryland will have its first female and first black senator with Angela Alsobrooks. She defeats the moderate, pro-choice former Republican governor Larry Hogan. This race is much closer than the presidential race. She's only ahead by less than 200,000. Kamala Harris is burying Donald Trump by over 400,000. So there was a significant number of voters who wanted a Democratic president and a Republican senator, despite him being Republican.
In Maine?
In Maryland.
Oh, Maryland.
Yeah. In the state of Maryland as well, 54% of precincts reporting, they will enshrine the right to an abortion in the Maryland Constitution. This thing is getting even more support than Harris. This referendum has a 48-point lead. I think it might win nearly every county in Maryland. Let me look at what's Republicans have crossed the 100 seat mark in the House, but Democrats are 30 seats behind. I think the House, I'd say the presidential race might be close enough. It could tilt the House one way or the other. New Hampshire governor is getting less close as the time ticks by. Harris leads in Colorado. She's behind by almost 2 points in New Mexico, 19% reporting. Trump has a very good lead in Texas. I think it's going to continue to grow. I think the state, which has been battered by illegal immigration, I am not surprised that he is doing really well. And if he wins the popular vote, I think that's going to be why. Same with Florida. There is no way she can cut the margin to under 10 points. This is the worst showing for a Democrat in Florida since 1988.
Yeah, like I don't know what the Cruz campaign for Senate reelection was worried about. I mean, I constantly kept on getting nagged a whole bunch of campaign texts by the Cruz campaign saying, "Oh, if you don't donate, then Cruz will lose his Senate race." Blah 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 blah. It's like, piss off! I'm getting annoyed by you.
So, for the United States Senate, Ted Cruz, the Republican incumbent, leads former football player and Democratic Representative Colin Allred by nearly 700,000 votes. He is running about 300,000 votes, 200,000 votes, behind Donald Trump. Colin Allred is running about 100,000 votes ahead of Kamala Harris. The Republican.
Interesting. So there are some people who want Allred, who want Allred for Senate, but Trump for president.
I think it just shows that Republican candidates down ballot really owe their political success to this man, given that he, as the Republican presidential candidate, he attracts people to vote more than anybody else. 23% of the expected vote is in. Donald Trump leads the popular vote by almost 4 million.
Who did you vote for this election, by the way?
I hate to admit it, but I voted for Chase Oliver. I don't like him.
When you said you hate to admit it, I thought you were going to say that you voted for either Kamala or Trump. I mean, I was betting that you did vote for Chase Oliver, but still.
I don't like his positions on abortion or letting kids transition, and I think his running mate is a shady guy. But as far as I'm concerned, the two major candidates have more blood in their hands, and I also just want to see the Mises Caucus expelled from the Libertarian Party. They are killing the party's chances of actually growing in support. Yeah, I think they have run the party into the ground in many ways.
I thought the Mises, I don't know, there might be some difference between Mises Caucus and Mises Institute, but when I go thinking of Mises, I go thinking of one of the more pro-free market or vocally pro-free market people within libertarianism. Like, what's up with that? Why do you dislike the Mises Caucus?
Well, these people love to generate controversy, not because of they stated the position of the party. It's they're saying the kind of stuff that would make anyone who sees them for the first time say, "I ain't voting for that." When they say they want the vice president to be killed, when they literally quote Hitler and then loosely quoting Hitler, and then they I gotta pull up the full list of controversies.
So basically, not only are they stereotypically right-wing libertarian when it comes to free markets, but they're also falling under the leftist stereotype and caricature of right-wingers, that being kind of sympathetic towards Hitler political quotes.
Right, and let's see. So a lot of edgelording has been taking place, and they've been the thing that is they were willing to kill the party to endorse Donald Trump. They ultimately their candidate at the convention got 45% of the vote. Then a lot of them voted for none of the above, which would kill the party's ballot access for a long time. And I don't disagree with saying the party should be closer to Ron Paul and Gary Johnson. I don't disagree.
Austin Peterson.
Right, and I don't disagree that with what they state they believe, but I think that picking fights with people, not only will we not be taken seriously, a lot of these people are going to feel vindicated and calling the party racist and all these other things.
Hmm.
They included the phrase blood and soil at a rally, which how could they not think that wouldn't cause, how could they think that wouldn't cause a problem? And the, saying that they're okay with political violence, that isn't going to make anyone who's on the fence of voting third party say, I'm going to vote third party, especially with that kind of thing. No way. I'm looking at the presidential race. Minnesota, Donald Trump has a near 19-point lead, 1% reporting. Maine, Trump still leads. So Iowa, Harris still leads. Wisconsin, she leads in Wisconsin by 11,258 votes.
In Wisconsin.
Yes. In the state of Wisconsin. In Michigan, she leads by a healthy margin. Pennsylvania, it's a healthy margin. Colorado, healthy. Wyoming, she's getting absolutely buried.
She's leading Pennsylvania by a healthy margin.
Yeah, with about 20%, 37% in, she's ahead by 53,671 votes.
And that's what percentage to Donald Trump's what percentage?
50.6 to 48.5.
Okay, yeah, that definitely does not sound right. I've been looking at some polls that were reported in by 270 to Win. They did like a polling average, and they showed that Pennsylvania was in a dead heat. So I have, even if Kamala does end up winning Pennsylvania at the end of the day, there is no way that she wins it that safely.
Yeah,
in Pennsylvania.
New Mexico Senate race is too close to call. 19% reporting. The daughter of the last Republican to ever win a Senate race there, Nella Domenici, her father Pete, represented the state from 73 to 09. She is only behind by less than 2,000 votes against the two-term incumbent. Looking at ballot measures in New Mexico, disabled veteran tax exemption is going to pass. Raising the veteran property tax exemption will pass. Virtually most of the ballot measures look like they're either going to pass or narrowly failing. I think it was North Carolina that also got rid of the. That was just the ballot measure to limit voting to only citizens. One state got rid of the property taxes for veterans, which I'm not surprised that passed. I want to say that was Virginia. Let me see. Property tax exemption for veterans and spouses. Okay. It would revise qualifications for veterans, survivor benefits to those killed in the line of duty instead of those killed in action. 93% of the vote was for it. 58% of precincts reporting in Virginia. Missouri is for Donald Trump. He is officially the winner of Missouri and its 10 electoral votes. Kamala Harris this isn't looking good for her at all. She is almost at half of the electoral votes he's got. I know that California hasn't reported, but right now it just looks bad increasingly. Obviously, she'll likely win Minnesota, Virginia, New Mexico, but the fact he's doing so well for now, it shows that.
We also got to remember that Hillary Clinton was leading healthily over Donald Trump back in 2016 and 2020. Trump was leading Biden pretty healthily, and look at how those elections turned out.
That's true. I guess the question I have, if Kamala is to win Virginia, is can she get enough votes because some of these areas that are heavily in her favor, a great deal of these big counties, a large amount of the vote is in Loudoun County, nearly all of it is in, but Prince William, nearly all of it, Manassas, half of it's in. Fairfax County, given her lead there, and with how much is left, I think she can win Virginia. I don't know by how much, but I think she can carry the Commonwealth but I think it's going to be a tight race. Wisconsin, Donald Trump is ahead.
What would be super interesting is if the electoral map ended up looking exactly like that of 2016, but instead Trump won Virginia and Nevada, and Kamala won Arizona and Pennsylvania.
That would be a very intriguing outcome. Wisconsin, this isn't going to be called anytime soon. Wisconsin, a 68 vote margin between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. 34% reporting. She's only behind by 68 votes out of over 1.1 million cast. Michigan, too early to call, but Kamala Harris is ahead. New York, she's ahead 63 to 37%. New Hampshire, she's ahead 53 to 46%. Maryland. So now we're moving further west, but so far my home state has yet to report. In about 3 minutes, the vote will come in. The write-in candidate will likely get like 20%.
By the way, for sake of conversation, speaking of, well, I haven't told you how I voted. I'm not proud of it. In fact, I almost did not vote like at all. But anyway, I did a hold my nose vote for Trump ultimately. I don't know if you saw the entirety of my live stream talking about that. Going into a little bit of a background of how that my opinion had evolved through this election cycle. Like, excuse me. I did not think that Trump gave a clarifier on his whole suspend the Constitution statement, stupid bullshit that he said in 2022. So I was going off of that and saying that I was not going to vote for Trump unless there was a clarifier or something like that. I'm surprised that that did not become a bigger issue in this election cycle, and that there wasn't moderators or interviewers even that were asking about that. But lo and behold, it wasn't. But I guess some days after that statement was made, he made some clarifiers saying that he wasn't calling for, or you'd have to watch the live stream because I quoted the exact words that he said in response to the media. But essentially, he was saying that he wasn't saying that the voter fraud gives him the ability, or that he wants to suspend the Constitution because of voter fraud, but supposedly that the voter fraud gives Democrats the ability, supposedly to suspend all rules and everything in the Constitution. I mean, it's still a stupid statement. I mean, why would you say that? It's not like that the Constitution has been completely out of play because of one supposed fraudulent election. I mean, Roe v. Wade was still overturned based off of, drumroll please, the Constitution. So,
yes,
still a stupid statement, but I did find, even if it was a tepid walk back, still a bit of a walk back, I did a hold my nose vote. But like I said, I'm not proud for it, and I cannot, I'm never going to be a Trump surrogate. I never was really, and never will be.
Fair. I'm looking at, I did a hold my nose vote for Chase Oliver. I looked at his name on the ballot this morning at the polling place, and I thought, damn you, Chase Oliver, and damn you, the delegates. Did you have to pick this guy? I mean, this guy has Hillary Clinton levels of cringe as a candidate. He is very much, he is like a wet sock of a third party candidate. It's no wonder Jill Stein leads him in the national vote by 6,000 almost. I don't know how much support she'll have. But
let's say this, even though that Gary Johnson was kind of dumb, at least there was a certain charmingness to his dumbness.
Right.
I don't know if you concur with that, but still.
I would have rather had him on the ticket a third time, just because at the very least, the man had some kind of, he had won 2 elections as governor and had better name recognition anyway. So Wyoming.
Yeah. So I am curious. Sorry, if you don't mind me asking before going on further reporting election results, if Ron DeSantis won the nomination, would you have more likely voted for him as opposed to Donald Trump, who did get nominated?
Oh, that would have been a tough one. I think yeah, I would have. I mean, I'm not exactly in alignment with DeSantis on every issue, but I would have taken that over a 78-year-old New York liberal. And by the way, uh, Wyoming, which is a state that, I love Utah more than any state in the country, but Wyoming, a lot of Western states hold a special place in my heart, especially the non-Democratic ones. Wyoming, Kamala leads by 60 votes, but only 3% reporting, so that really doesn't matter. But I just thought it's funny that a Democrat is leading in Wyoming right now. The last time a
I
Democrat
still
was
remember very starkly that supposedly Clinton was leading in Louisiana in early parts of election day back in 2016.
Oh yeah, it was very brief just because of the early vote. Um, Utah for Donald Trump. My home state of Utah will go for the former president. The Senate race, John Curtis will replace Mitt Romney. For governor of Utah, it is too early to call. Republican Governor Spencer Cox
Wait,
versus
for governor of Utah? Wait, Romney did not run for governor, did he?
No, Governor Spencer Cox, the incumbent, is running for re-election. He has pissed off the MAGA people a lot. He is facing a Democrat, a Libertarian, some other right-wing third parties, and a Republican write-in candidate who lost the primary, sued the lieutenant governor and the governor to the state Supreme Court and lost. He wanted to overturn the results but failed. He could get up to 20% of the vote as a write-in candidate. So the question is, can Governor Cox get close to 50% after winning by over 30 points 4 years ago? We're also able to call the Montana governor's race for the Republican incumbent Greg Giannaforte. What's funny is this vote is early, so I'm looking at the map. The Libertarian has 2 counties voting for him, but it's so early. It's like 1.5% reporting, but no one has even 40% of the vote in the governor's race. As for the Senate race, okay, I really do not understand what I'm looking at here. Given how early the vote is in, the third parties are leading the major parties. This is hilarious. Montana, Donald Trump. Kamala is behind him. RFK Jr. 16%, Trump 28%, Harris 26%, Jill Stein 15%, Chase Oliver 14%, but this is like 2% in. For Senate, the Green Party leads with 37%.
I'm kind of surprised at how many people are still voting for RFK Jr. despite of it being national headlines that RFK Jr. had dropped out and endorsed Donald Trump. But then again, Kyle Rittenhouse did briefly flirt with the idea of writing Ron Paul, even though Ron Paul is completely retired out of politics and not running for president again.
Right. For Senate, the Green Party leads in Montana, which I still can't believe I'm saying this. Very early. This will be a very brief thing, but for president, Jill Stein, Lewis and Clark County, RFK Jr., Chase Oliver leads in. No, wait, it's Donald Trump. Yes, it's Donald Trump. No, wait. Wow. This is so discombobulating. Jill Stein leads in Lewis and Clark County, beating Trump by 9 votes, but 3% is reporting, which is funny. No one has even 30% of the vote there. For the House of Representatives, the Libertarian leads that district with 40%, even though 1% is in, which I'm only saying it because, in my opinion, it's funny. The Republican leads the Democrat in District 2 by a close margin. Then there's the governor's race. The state legislature will likely stay for the Republicans. Secretary of State, the Libertarians behind the Republican, the Democrats in third. For Attorney General of Montana, the Democrat leads the Republican. No Republican has lost that race since 2008, I mean. The ballot measure, top 4 primary is passing. Requiring a majority vote to win the election is failing. The right to an abortion in the Montana Constitution is passing.
Montana is going pro-choice, pro-abortion.
So far, they rejected an amendment to restrict it in 2022. Yeah, so Arizona is reporting results. Donald Trump leads in Arizona. When you count the states he's leading or has won, or at least I suspect he'll win, he has 275 votes, possibly. Kamala Harris 257. Wait, well, when I add in
You
Wisconsin,
want to hear one? You want to hear one theory that I heard? It was namely from Ranting Monkey podcast, but them two guys, Jack and Monkey, made a theory or at least a prediction that Arizona will probably go Democrat, or maybe it was just Jack. I don't know, but still, that it will go Democrat, and that being in part because of how much Democrat money has went into Arizona, and that they're trying to like essentially use Arizona as a staging ground for the Californication of the entirety of the United States.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised about that, given that people are so pro-abortion that the only thing that matters to them is abortion, abortion, abortion. Arizona, mentioning Arizona, Carrie Lake, that insufferable wretch who cost Republicans that governor's race just because she had to be a Trump sucker. She is running well behind Donald Trump. Donald Trump, who leads Kamala Harris by 40 votes in Arizona. Carrie Lake is, she is only she's 94,000 votes behind the Senate candidate there. One race is gone for the Democrats for the state, the U.S. House. The legislature is too close to call. Democrats want to win there for the first time in several generations. Most referendums are failing in Arizona. The only one, of course, that's the right to an abortion, creating a first responder state death benefit, is passing. Allowing property tax refund for property owners, passing. Life imprisonment for trafficking minors, passing. Revising and establishing criminal penalties for illegal immigration, passing. Everything else is failing. Going further, Oregon, Donald Trump is ahead by a lot, even though it's probably just a lot of Eastern Oregon. Yep, Eastern Oregon. There's a ballot measure to allow the legislature to have the power to impeach state officials. They do not have it currently. It's passing. To establish instant runoff voting, my type of electoral system, passing. Allowing cannabis workers the right to collective bargaining, failing. Increasing the corporate tax and issuing rebates to residents, failing. Establishing instant runoff voting, failing. Creating a public service commission, failing.
This is in Oregon?
Yep. It amazes me they can't impeach the governor there or anybody there, but now they'll have the power to do so. So Nevada is too early to call. No results in. Kamala Harris is projected to be the winner of Colorado in its 10 electoral votes. No Republican has won there for now 24 years.
I kind of think that Nevada will go Trump this time. I mean, Nevada was so close in last go around.
Oh, yeah.
I won't be surprised if he did, even if Trump loses the overall election. I won't be surprised if he did actually pull Nevada away from Democrats for the first time since 1988 this go around.
Nevada last voted Republican in 2004 with George W. Bush.
Oh, it did. Okay.
Yeah, and that was despite the Senate candidate, the future majority leader, Harry Reid. He won by 25 points, so Bush had to overcome all of that to win Nevada a second time. So we're looking at the Kamala Harris has only won Maryland and Delaware in the South. She leads the District of Columbia. 51% is reporting Kamala Harris leads in the District of Columbia over Donald Trump by 86 points. RFK Jr. is the only other person on the ballot there with 0.8% of the vote. Harris is burying Trump in every part of the city. Donald Trump, only in Ward 6 has this man cracked in Ward 3, he actually has 8% of the vote. It's the most Republican ward in the District of Columbia. The House of Representatives, Republicans still lead. For the United States Senate, Republicans have won in Utah, and the Democrats have retained Maryland despite a flood of money and a moderate, popular, pro-choice former governor. Mississippi will stay Republican. Tennessee, Republican. The Senate race, regular Senate race in Nebraska, is too close to call. Arizona, too early to call. Maine, too early to call. The U.S. House in Utah has not yet released results. The governor's race is too early to call. So far, only 3 governor's races remain: Utah, Montana, and Washington State. I expect the Republicans to sweep all 3. To sweep 2 races, Washington State will be Democratic held. The New Hampshire governor's race is increasingly non-competitive. Let me see. New Hampshire for governor. The state legislature, too early to call. Democrats want to flip both houses, but the Republicans have had a pretty good ground game at the state level. At the federal level, they get walloped every time. For president, Kamala Harris is ahead by nearly 30,000 votes, with about half reporting. I expect she'll win New Hampshire. I think right now she's doing okay in Michigan, but she's trailing in so many other states that if we take all the states that he will probably win and that he leads in and has already won, 304 votes for him, 228 for her, and 6 that are too early to call.
One thing that I kind of reminded myself, and I know you said New Hampshire, but still, this is that state's twin. I reminded myself that Bush actually won Vermont way back in 2000, and that was the last time that it had ever won Republican.
Vermont?
I believe it was Vermont. Vermont is the one that.
Bush Sr. won Vermont in '88. Gore lost New Hampshire to W. Bush in 2000. Bush lost Vermont.
I must have got it backwards. So, like I said, they're like twin states with each other, kind of like how Mississippi and Alabama. I sometimes get those two mixed up with each other.
It happens to the best of us. I'm looking at the state of Maine. Donald Trump leads with a majority statewide so far, but it's too early to say. First district, Harris leads by quite a bit, but it's kind of getting closer. Second district is getting more pro-Trump. That's why he leads statewide, but it's so close as both districts are voting opposite ways by similar margins. Utah, so far, I'm not seeing any results like actual numbers come out of Utah, but the governor's race, I think, is going to be pretty entertaining. Okay, so 20 races have been called for the state house. Republicans win 19, Democrats 1. For the state Senate, so 3 districts have been won by the Republicans. But given the vast majority, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that the Republicans will retain their majority in the Utah Senate. Kamala Harris now leads in Arizona, but Donald Trump still would have, if the rest of the map goes how it looks, he would win with a not too bad of a majority. Kansas is now leaning for Donald Trump. Kansas is unusually competitive this time. Missouri, but I think the margin will expand. The District of Columbia, they have yet to call for Kamala Harris, but come on, no Democrat has ever been in danger of losing there. Wisconsin, Kamala Harris has taken the lead again. She is ahead by 1,923 votes out of 1.4 million cast. Minnesota, she is still far behind. Montana, so far they haven't called anything for the last 7 minutes, but for the presidential race, but so far a few battleground races have been called. Maryland for the Democrats, Florida for the Republicans. This is the first time this is the first time Rick Scott has won a statewide race in Florida, the general election, with any kind of comprehensive margin. No competitive House races have been called yet. The Democrats are 40 seats behind the Republicans. Almost half of the expected of the seats have been called. The Republicans can only afford to lose 3 seats net loss Democrats need to gain a net of 4. And so far, a great
That's still not good.
Yeah.
To tell us a clear, concise majority, because within, if you only have like 1 or 2 representatives above your opposing party, well, then it's very safe to assume that a bulk majority of the time that you're at least going to have 5 people within your party that are just going to break ranks and side with the opposing party on some key bill or whatnot. You're going to have a big old Joe Manchin situation, which, by the way, Joe Manchin, even though you might have done it more for ego than anything, pretty base for keeping the Democrats in check for the first 2 years of Biden's term.
Oh, yeah.
What I say?
Oh, yeah. And the Republicans have – the funny thing is this Senate race is so decisively won that you can hardly tell that this seat had been won by a Democrat only 1 election ago. They are leading in every county that's reporting. The governor, the senator-elect, crushed his opponent, and I don't think any county was particularly close. New Mexico, Kamala Harris. So for the presidency for New Mexico and Arizona, she's ahead. She's won Colorado. So far, she's just being locked out of the South. This is what's interesting. She's now behind by 5 million votes. I mean, I don't expect Trump to win the popular vote. I think he will lose it, but for now, I think it's going to be a pretty tight race for the popular vote.
Really? For the popular vote?
Yep.
What about electorally? How do you think that will pan out?
Well, I expect. Let's see. So I think she can carry Pennsylvania, but I think in the Electoral College, I saw a 270 to 268 win for her, which I think is perfectly reasonable, or a 272 to 266 win for him. But that really depends on if the margin of error doesn't completely throw it the other way around.
And that's all completely dependent on Pennsylvania?
Not on Pennsylvania. I think that she is more likely to win the White House if she wins Pennsylvania. So if we assume that if I take the current states that are, if she wins Virginia, and if she wins New Hampshire and wins Michigan, she would be at I'll take out Arizona. She'd be at 241 votes. If she wins Pennsylvania, she's at 260. If she can win Arizona, let me take that back. Whoever wins this election, there's a 95% chance they win Pennsylvania. That's why they've been bombed with money and ads. If she wins Arizona, I think the race is done. But I think Trump, if he can flip Georgia and Arizona and Wisconsin, he doesn't need Nevada. He'll want it, but he won't need it. I think he'll win Iowa. I think that, let me check the presidential race in Iowa, because if I'm not mistaken, he is still behind.
I have a feeling that Fugazi in the live chat is referring to my mic. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not on my actual official streaming mic. I'm just joining a live stream with a good old friend of mine while he's alone and while I'm doing dishes. So I'm talking through my earbud mic. So, I mean, does it sound that bad in comparison to my Rode microphone that I normally talk through?
I mean, obviously this isn't the best quality, but I don't think it's that bad.
Is it as bad as my stick microphone when Bering was all like, you're too much of a retard to set up your own mic?
I don't think it's that bad by any means.
Good times.
Yes. So I'm looking at the current states they called. So far, I think that people are already saying this race is over, but it's it ain't over until somebody can lead in a state by enough that the remaining votes won't flip the outcome. I mean, the fact
it ain't over until the fat lady sings.
Yes, it is not over until Lizzo sings. I agree.
Oh, jeez. I guess she is the most prominent fat lady in America right now. So it makes sense. She's going to sing for Kamala Harris.
Yeah. So, oh shoot.
And as she butchers and misuses James Monroe flute.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the states they have definitively called. They have not called the state of Idaho yet for Trump, but they're probably about to. So let's see. The state of Kansas, Donald Trump has a healthy lead, almost. So I think it's going to be a double-digit victory in Kansas for Trump. I'd be more surprised if it was not. I'm looking for at the House race. No races have been called for the U.S. House, for the state legislature. Too early to call, but I expect Republicans to hold to retain their majorities there. For Iowa, Kamala Harris is behind by only 6%. I think that Ann Seltzer poll was wrong. Minnesota, too early to call still. But so far, it's just a really significantly lackluster night for Harris right now. But
one thing that we can certainly get out of this is that we're not going to have any Harris Walz landslide 2024 like that hashtag had been going around for the last few days right now.
Oh yeah,
have you been seeing that?
I had seen people. In your backyard in Nebraska, a bunch of people were having a number of Harris. It would just be a white sign with a blue dot, and that was it. That was the only thing that would, So they were supporting Harris without explicitly saying that they are voting for her because it's blue. The Democrats are blue, what we expect, So Donald Trump, I'm looking at he leads statewide in Maine. He leads the 2nd district and he trails in the 1st district. He leads in Pennsylvania. He trails in Michigan still. Georgia is too early to call. Georgia is too close to call. North Carolina is too early to call. New Mexico, too early. Arizona, too close. Kansas, too early.
Georgia is too close to call.
Yep. The District of Columbia is going for Kamala Harris, unsurprisingly. She leads there 93 to 7%, rounding up for both candidates. So Kamala Harris now has 112 electoral votes. She is now well over the 100 mark. Trump is nearly at 200 votes. The only states left to report anything are Hawaii, Alaska, California, Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington State. In terms of states that Trump is leading in and electoral votes he leads in, he would have so far 285 votes to Harris's 162, won and leading, strictly states that have been called or have reported. He is 5 million votes ahead of Kamala Harris. Chase Oliver is 324 votes, 26 votes behind Jill Stein. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is 44,286 votes behind Chase Oliver. And Claudia de la Cruz, whose signs have been popping up in my neighborhood, she's at 37,000. She's not even cracking 100,000. But she is she's beating Cornel West, the other socialist, by 8,000 votes. Now they're getting further into my
apparently I'm like a little late looking at this notification, but have you ever heard of the YouTube channel called Ruined Leon?
No, I've not.
Well, I've been getting recommendations from his channel, even though I'm not subscribed to him. But the video goes as says, by the title. If you vote for Kamala, this cop says he won't help you. And there's like a screen cap of a few Facebook posts from this piece of crap here.
I've not heard about it, but I'm not surprised. There was a guy saying if you vote for Kamala, you would be his concubine. And he's doubled down on it. He was allegedly the guy who killed Osama bin Laden. Which, what the hell's wrong with you? You'd say you'd take someone as your concubine if they vote for somebody.
By the way, if you don't mind me asking out of curiosity, if yeah, did you see my latest video where I gone talking about voting third party, addressing one of the arguments that goes against that says why you should not vote third party?
I have not had the chance to see it, but I did get the notification. This week's been just crazy busy, but I did tune in for a few minutes about the explanation of your vote, of your vote, and I'd say that the thing that obviously there was just no way I could ever vote for Harris. I didn't really give any consideration of a Trump vote. I just think I think this is one of the few elections in which even the third party candidates were just terrible.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say, like, I'm sure that the short little 5-minute video is something that you'd like, and some support would be nice because, for some odd reason, I attracted a lot of Democrats on that video, and they were all whinging about the fact that they suspected that I was going to vote third party, which I guess wasn't too stupid of an assumption to make. But they were just all like, "Vote Kamala," and I was like, "There is no way that I am voting for a gun grabber like Kamala."
Right. She ran a rudderless campaign. She was weak on the issues. She had a strong debate performance. I'm not gonna lie, I still crack up about the whole that lie about the Haitians eating the dogs and cats, but a lot changed since then. And I think
I don't remember her response to that, all except for where she was like, "So extreme." It's like, that's extreme. I think what would be extreme is if Trump was to say we should give the death penalty for anybody who eats dogs and cats and ducks.
We are giving the death penalty for those who eat the dogs, the ducks, and the cats, and we are deporting them. We're deporting them to China for the death penalty. They do it so good. It's okay to eat a cheeseburger in New York, but you cannot eat a dog and then have hot coffee in Brooklyn or Manhattan or Queens. But
my thought is that I think that debate was a wash, honestly. I mean, you say that she performed well. I don't think she performed pretty badly. At the same time, Trump performed good at first, but then he started to become all over the place at the second half, especially when he got obsessing too much about the low rally turnout comment that was made at him. That just shown some too much insecurity on his part. I mean, you were on there with me on the last stream briefly. And I thought that it was pretty base of him to call her out to her lying face about how she kept on saying that he wants a national abortion ban, even though that's objectively not true. That was the highlight for me. But aside from that part, I did not think that there was anything that good for either side to make a winner on either side. She just kept on avoiding most to all the questions, whereas Trump, even though he might have gave some kind of rather roundabout answers, still answered the questions more than she did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, what's your opinion? What made you think that she won?
Well, to me, there are several ways you can judge someone the winner of a debate: objective and subjective. And maybe that makes this kind of a wash to say is, in terms of how she carried herself. Yeah, she got preachy, and yeah, she dodged questions just like he did. but she did have the benefit of looking a lot less irrational compared to him. She had the benefit of making him seem like he was out of his depth. She had the ability to make him seem like he was just losing the plot. And in terms of her behavior, yeah, she did the faces too many times, but sometimes it was funny, sometimes it wasn't. Like, I had a good laugh when Trump said, everything she believed in 3 years ago has gone out the window. In fact, she's moving to my philosophy. I was going to send her a MAGA hat. Perfectly roast worthy. Totally a good comeback. By the way, the Republicans will retain the Missouri Senate race. The Republicans need 3 more to outright take the United States Senate. They lead in Montana by nearly double digits. They lead in Ohio by nearly 5 points. But they trail in Arizona. They trail in New Mexico and Virginia, Michigan and Wisconsin. The Senate race in Maine, independent, who is essentially a Democrat, is leading by double digits. Basically, there's really nothing else. The Minnesota Senate race is too early to call. The very bizarre, very cringe-worthy, not based Republican candidate leads, but it's so early. Amy Klobuchar, the weirdo who uses her comb to touch her salad, she is gonna probably get reelected in a landslide. As for the national popular vote, for those who are interested, Donald Trump has a 5.5 million vote lead with about 38% reporting. The District of Columbia, Colorado, Utah, a lot of these states that we expect are being won. The state of Utah, nothing is coming in, but that governor's race is going to be so entertaining. Montana, the incumbent governor, has a large lead for president. Trump has a large lead for the U.S. Senate. There's a significant number of people who want Jon Tester for the Senate and Republicans for president and the governorship.
John COVID Tester.
Yep. Every other race, the Democrats aren't doing so hot for Secretary of State and Attorney General. The legislature, the Republicans have either won it already or the Democrats are leading, but no Democrats have been called the winner in either chamber of the legislature. Looking at the New Mexico presidential race, Kamala Harris leads there still. It's growing, but she's now behind in Pennsylvania. She's behind in Arizona. Donald Trump, with everything he's won and leading in, if it were to stay the same, he'd have 296 votes to her 151. This is before the West Coast comes in. But she's still ahead in Michigan, but she's falling behind. In Virginia, I forgot to mention, she's taken the lead. So she's ahead barely. So the only hope she has is if she can win the West Coast, as she will most definitely do. That gets her to 229 votes. Then when she wins Minnesota, because if Trump ain't winning it now, if he didn't win it in 2016, he ain't winning it now. I think it's just a lot of early vote in Minnesota. She would then have 239 votes, and she'd get even closer than Hillary Clinton. But she would need, in order to win, she'd need Nevada, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that would be it. 274 electoral votes to Trump's 264. But it just seems like in some places the vote so far is just not there. And I'm not saying she can't win, but this thing ain't going to be settled on election night. And
I'm just going to wait until like tomorrow morning or something.
I'm going to make a YouTube video about how I feel about the results when they finally come in and say, one way or the other, my unvarnished opinion of the top 3, the Libertarians, the Greens, the Democrats, and the Republicans, because I'm not leaving the Libertarian Party, but I am the Mises Caucus just knows how to repel people. I mean, Gary Johnson was an idiot, yes, but he had stupid, like you said, stupid guy appeal where, he's a bumbling oaf, but, he's not a prick.
Was Joe Jorgensen part of Mises?
I don't think so. I don't think they would have ever accepted her. I mean, I can't say for certain that I remember, but
I mean, I guess I should excuse me. I should have guessed not because of the fact that you said earlier that there's a whole bunch of conservative-ish beliefs. I guess the Mises Caucus has, and she was more. I mean, she's more of a left libertarian sort of gal, to put
right.
it lightly.
Yeah, that's right. Um, so I'm looking at some Senate races. The Nebraska Senate race is coming down to the wire, the regular election. Virginia, too early to call. The incumbent Tim Kaine who was Hillary Clinton's running mate 8 years ago. He's outrunning Kamala Harris, but he is still locked in a tighter than expected race. Angus King, the 80-year-old independent two-term incumbent, is so far still ahead. The two CIA plants, the two neocon-backed candidates in Michigan, one of them will almost certainly win. Too early
Hey,
call.
you ever seen the one meme of the Doofenshmirtz meme with the two nickels? Somebody actually made the statement once that, if I had a nickel for every single time that a female Democrat presidential candidate nominated a guy named Tim for their VP running mate, I'd have two nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's funny that it happened twice.
Yeah.
As pretty shitty Doofenshmirtz impersonation, but still.
That was pretty good. I just wonder who the hell is the next Tim in 2032 when the Democrats nominate their third female presidential nominee. Because it feels like every 8 years it's going to be a woman. But the Kansas presidential race, still too early to call. New Mexico, too early to call. Arizona, too close to call. Georgia, too close to call. North Carolina, too close to call. Kamala is cleaning up in North Carolina. In Pennsylvania, Donald Trump.
Wait, you said the North Carolina that it's too close to call, but Kamala is cleaning up in that state?
Yeah, she was behind by a larger margin, but now with 84% in, she's only behind by 123,192 votes. And so she's closing the gap, but keep in mind Trump won North Carolina by less than 1% in 2020. I still think he's going to win North Carolina.
Is that really the case?
Yeah.
Less than 1%?
Yeah, he barely.
Oh, I guess it was. Oh, yeah, I guess I do remember that, actually.
Yeah, he beat Hillary Clinton by 3 points in 2016, and Biden was expected to win the state, but Trump surprised everyone and held it onto it. 40% of the national popular vote is reporting.
It's kind of funny as to how that you have like Florida that is becoming more and more solidly red, whereas you have states that are more traditionally red but kind of overlooked, like Kansas or Missouri or Nebraska, for that matter, or even Republican-leaning swing states like North Carolina that are kind of going more Democrat light-ish. Funny to think about. And even Ohio, too, I guess, is becoming a little bit more red, too, just like Florida.
Right. And the thing that intrigues me about this is that the Democrats can't do anything to change it. It's just they keep screwing up and they keep, they have not regained their footing in trying to win those voters back. Their coalition's too broad, and the more they try to appeal to people, the more they push away. We're able to finally call the state of Kansas for Donald Trump. He leads 55 to 44% with 70% reporting. 55 to 44%. I'm rounding up in both cases. Trump is crushing it in western Kansas. He has never won Riley County, Kansas, the only Republican to never win that county. Kamala Harris leads in Douglas County, Johnson County, and Wyandotte County. I probably butchered that.
No. You pronounced that right. That's pretty much Kansas City, Kansas right there. And that's not too surprising. How's Sedgwick County, though? That's my home city of Wichita.
Let me find it. Which county you say again?
Sedgwick County. It's southeast. It's one of the most square-looking ones, which I guess isn't definitive enough because there's a lot of square-looking counties in Kansas.
Does it border a state? I'm trying to find it.
No, I think it's like one county above Nebraska. No, above Oklahoma. Nebraska? I meant Oklahoma.
I'm trying to find it.
Let me look at my screen here. I'm playing with Legos as I'm like listening to this.
Okay, I think I found it. Sedgwick County, Kansas is voting 53% reporting Trump leads by less than 10,000, 54 to 45% over Kamala Harris. Looks like RFK Jr. and Chase Oliver are the only ones getting votes out of Kansas.
Go back to the Kansas. Where's Wyandotte County?
Wyandotte County is it is bordering Missouri. It's a very small blue county. Kamala is beating Trump by a large margin there.
Okay, never mind. That's not quite Kansas City, Kansas. I mean, I'm gonna tell you, like the metro area of Kansas City is pretty big, and that one pink county that is like on the left side of Wyandotte right there, I think that's about where Overland Park is. And I'm kind of surprised that it is about as red as it is, because Overland Park is like a sister city of Kansas City, and it's like Leavenworth, yeah. It's like one of the more bougie like suburbs of Kansas City. That's where like a lot of the fun stuff to do around the Kansas City metro is. Like they have like a VR a VR store there. And I mean, like, they don't just sell VRs; they actually have big, full body VR setups there. It's quite fun.
Right. So Trump, as we were talking, has taken the lead in Michigan by a percentage point. That means in states he's won and leading in, he is ahead with 311 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 136. So Oregon, they have not reported anything, or they have revoked what they reported, but the District of Columbia, unsurprisingly, is the bluest place in the country. North Carolina, too close.
And in other news, water's wet.
Yeah. The 3rd District of Nebraska is like the Republican answer to D.C. Trump wins the statewide vote. The 3rd District of Nebraska. Yeah, Harris leads in. My apologies. I forgot to mark the 1st district as leaning her way. So Trump has 310 votes, both won and leading. Trump leads the 3rd district 73 to 26%. The only time a Democrat has gotten close to winning was during Bush's 2nd midterm, in which the Republican only won by 10%. But so far, I'm looking at states won. Trump is he's going to win a majority of states. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So he won 22 states, and he leads in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, this would be a disaster for Harris if she does not win at least, I'd say if she wins at least 230 votes, it's not a complete and utter disaster. New Mexico, the Democrats will retain the Senate race in New Mexico. This is not surprising. The daughter of the former Senator Pete Domenici, Nella Domenici, she lost this race. It was not close. Let's see. Montana. Oh yeah, I feel like John Tester's cooked in this race. I don't think he's gonna. I don't think there's any chance of him winning again. I could be surprised, but I just think this is not one of the scenarios where a deep red Democrat, like in 2012 in North Dakota, where you think they're cooked, but they managed to outrun the President Obama by 20 points to actually by 3,000 votes win there. So the
And speaking of which, if there's anything that this presidential race would show, actually, if there's anything that these last three presidential races would show, is that they should try and do better to nominate a more charismatic candidate for their race. I mean, yeah, they sure do dislike Bernie Sanders because he's not as controllable as someone like Barack Obama, or excuse me, as Barack Obama. I meant Joe Biden. But still, because honestly, their candidates have been getting worse and worse and worse when it comes to charisma factors and just likable personality in general. And I know I am of the opinion that charisma is not everything. Like everyone should know that I was supporting DeSantis over that of Trump, and the talking point was that DeSantis is a charisma vacuum. Oh, but Trump is like the charismatic asshole that I love. Blah 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 blah. But still, there is a certain pull to that charisma helps with.
Right. Okay, we're able to
Hope
say
I'm not being too rambling.
No, you're good. We're able to say the Republicans will retain officially their majority of governorships. The state's former U.S. senator makes a political comeback. She defeated former U.S. Senator Kelly Ayotte. The Republican defeated former Manchester mayor and Democratic candidate Joyce Craig by a pretty healthy margin. So far, the only governor's races to call are in Washington and in Utah. For the House of Representatives, the Republicans have 141 confirmed seats, Democrats 93. 201 seats remain to be called. I honestly have no idea who can win the House. I think no matter what, it's going to be a tight margin in the House. In the Senate, nothing has fundamentally changed so far, but
Gridlock for the win, y'all.
Hey, I ain't complaining. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Minnesota, and Montana, and Ohio are all leaning Republican. Ted Cruz, let's be honest, he's basically been reelected. Arizona, the Democrats will probably hold there. But everything else is either having been won or is leaning one way or the other. So 15 races remain, too early to officially call. For President of the United States, Kamala Harris is the official winner of Maine at large, and it's 2 electoral votes. She is also the winner of the 1st District of Maine. She wins the 1st District of Maine, but Maine at large is too early to call. Donald Trump is the winner of Iowa, so that Ann Seltzer poll was wrong. She said Harris led by 3. Trump is winning by 14, almost 15 points. He leads in Ohio. He won Ohio 56-43.
That was like all the rave within the last few days of the election season. Was that this is a good sign that Kamala is that the election is swinging way in Kamala's favor. But the fact that she cannot pull out Iowa, that has always been kind of a coin toss state, goes showing that, she's not going to win it by exactly a healthy margin if she does win even.
Right. She trails Trump by over 5.5 million in the popular vote. She's down in Arizona, so she is up in New Mexico, which is, well, kind of a given the current demographics of New Mexico and how they choose to vote. New Hampshire, too early to call.
Freaking Mexicans. Wait, what was that?
Okay, we're canceling you. No, I'm just kidding. By 1 point, Virginia is leaning for Harris. Nebraska, the 1st and 2nd district are too early to call, but last I checked, she's still ahead there. If she can win, okay. So the 1st district, she's barely ahead. The 2nd district, she's a lot more comfortably ahead. I think she can win the 2nd district. The 1st, I don't think so. I think she'll do well, but not enough to win there. But she's trailing in all the states Hillary Clinton lost in 2016, Donald Trump is not behind in any of the states he carried at least once, and he's ahead in a state so far, early in a state he never won, and no Republican since Richard Nixon has won, and that is Minnesota.
How does Pennsylvania look again?
51 to 48.1%, 63% reporting. I'm looking at Philadelphia County. 60% of the vote is in. She needs to be like crushing him by about 60 points to clear the whole state. She's only ahead 78 to 22, so that's a 56-point margin. Allegheny County she's only ahead by 20 points. I'm looking at Montgomery County and Bucks County. The margins aren't looking that great. Chester County and Delaware County. I mean, this is still too early to say, but the numbers aren't looking that attractive for her. The U.S. Senate, I think a new call has been made. No, the numbers have not fundamentally changed. The House of Representatives, some more races have been called. The Republicans have led since the very beginning. They are ahead by a margin of 50 House seats. In the Senate, they're ahead by 11. But when we factor in the two Senate candidates who caucus with the Democrats, it's basically 39 seats to 48, Democratic and Republican. Wyoming is
hey man, thanks for the invite. I think right now is where that I'm gonna take my leave. I'm gonna brush my teeth and get ready for bed right now.
Yeah, I'm only gonna be on for a few more minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap this up soon myself. But it was good talking to you, and I hope you have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, you too. Hope I wasn't like too awkward for your live stream, too interrupty or anything like that.
No, I'd say you're good.
All right. Have a good night, man. Stay safe out there.
You. Likewise. Okay, so the Minnesota's taking forever to report. So statewide, Harris leads, and in Maine, she's trailing across the board in the upper Rust Belt. She got demolished in Ohio. That is just a disaster. I'm going to check the campaign Twitters to see. Okay, let's see. Kamala Harris. I'm checking her official VP account. Nothing. In terms of her official account, she's not tweeted in 4 hours. Let me check. Let me see. Donald Trump. So at 9 o'clock, California will vote. But so far, Donald Trump is he's been a flurry of posts. Let's see. He made a social media post.
Hi, Republicans. We're doing really well. If you're in line, stay in line. Don't let them take you off that line. Vote. Stay on the line. They can't do anything about it. And vote. We're going to win it big. Thank you. Hi, Republicans.
Anyway, yeah, so nothing's changed all that much right now. Oh wow, she's nearly 6 million votes behind. Michigan, if she's starting to slip this early, that's not a good sign for her. So I think I'm about to end this in about a few minutes, but I think she'll win New Hampshire. If you ask me who I think will fundamentally win, I feel like, let's see, who else is still here. Here's a funny story for those. Hey, Shredder Jr., here's a story for you. 8 years ago, on November 8th, 2016, I was 15 and I was watching the results. Trump had just carried Florida, right? No one was ahead, able to clinch the Electoral College, right? So I'm watching the results, and my mother and sister are obviously not happy about the election outcome because for them, they wanted a Hillary Clinton victory. They really didn't want a Trump victory, right? Anyway, so I'm watching the results, and I'm thinking to myself, this is something else. Yeah, a guy who I thought was cooked up until the last 3 to 5 days of the election campaign in 2016. I'm thinking no way can he win, because how do you have all that thrown at you? And yeah, your opponent is terrible, but people, the polls, but in hindsight, the polls were, well, within the margin of error. So people should have predicted that it was not unthinkable that he could win. So I go to bed that night because, I have school the next morning. I was in junior high. So I go to bed, right, knowing that he just carried Florida. He's ahead in the Electoral College. But I was not 100% sure who I thought could win. I thought maybe Hillary Clinton, but, it's increasingly looking like Donald Trump could win the 2016 general election. So I wake up the next morning. My bed was pretty low to the ground, so I just roll onto the floor, grab my phone, I crawl back in bed because the floor is cold as hell because it's November. I get into the bed and I type into Google without, who won, essentially, without the results being spoiled for me. I type in who won into the search bar, and lo and behold, it's Donald Trump. They mention almost immediately he lost the popular vote, but that he won the Electoral College and thus the presidency. And I was thinking, wow. So this man whose name I've heard at least once a month, once a day really, since June 2015, won the presidency of the United States. And then I go to school that morning, November 9th, 2016, and no one is speaking. Everyone is silent. Everyone is like just not looking at each other. And I said, so this is our new reality. That kind of broke the ice, and people are either happy or sad or angry, but, saying that they could not believe that Donald Trump won the presidency. And I wasn't really surprised. I thought it's not likely, but I wasn't 100% sure that he couldn't win. But I thought he was going through so much of this scandal and stuff. I thought it'd be unlikely for him to be able to win, but, not outside the realm of possibility. And ever since then, I think whenever Trump's name is on the ballot, I think candidates who align with him and don't, when his name is on the ballot next to theirs, are nervous if they're in swing areas. Because he could be the kiss of death for you, or he could be the reason you won. Ultimately, and that applies for both parties, but the point is the Trump effect down ballot is really is something else in terms of people. Trump really motivates people to vote. My opinion on Trump, well, I've never had a positive opinion really of him, and I can defend that, no problem. On basic public policy, he is just not my kind of guy. I lean to the right of him on a lot of issues, on the economy, on the size of the federal government. I don't align with him on a whole lot of social issues. I don't think he's consistent on a lot of social issues, and I think that's not really. I think even his core supporters can acknowledge he ain't consistent 100% of the time, obviously. So Trump is the winner of the 3rd District of Nebraska. Let me see. Well, yeah, that was to be expected. He won the 3rd District. The 1st District is too early to call. The 2nd District, Trump is trailing bad there. For the U.S. Senate, too close to call. Special election has been won by the Republicans. the U.S. House race. Way too early to call, but I expect Republicans to sweep all three. For the state Senate, the Republicans will retain the majority, even though it's officially nonpartisan. The abortion referendum is still being fought. Too early to call. Okay, we're able to project that Kamala Harris is the winner of Oregon and it's 12, Washington and it's 12 electoral votes, California and it's 54 votes. So she's at 179 votes. Trump is the projected winner of Idaho, which has 4 votes. So he remains ahead of her in the electoral college, but she's cleaning it up a bit. But it's like, Kamala, if you're going to win this thing, you need to pick up the pace a little bit, because I mean, the popular vote, Trump is doing pretty well in the popular vote so far. I don't know who will win, but I think right now it leans for Trump. He's doing far better than he did in 2020 and 2016. It was kind of back and forth, but he's been leading the whole time in the electoral vote and the popular vote. The Republicans have been leading in the seat count for the Senate and the House. Adam Schiff will be the next United States Senator from California. Maria Cantwell will be reelected. So the Democrats are up to 41 seats, basically. So far, everything is just looking bad for the Democrats. I expect the Republicans will win control of the Senate unless they can somehow hold out and win Texas, Ohio, and Montana. Not that they have to win all 3, but if they win at least 2 races, 49, then if the Democrats can basically hold all the seats that they have won in 2018. Obviously, West Virginia, that's too late. But they could win everything else. That's a 50-50 tie. But if they can win but if the Republicans win everything they're leading in so far, that would be a disaster. But I think it's going to be a 52-48 Republican Senate. I don't buy that the Democrats can pull it out. But the polls get it wrong on both sides. That is true. So the presidential race, Harris is now behind by less than 6 million. A lot of California votes will come in. I think she'll win the popular vote. I think she will. But I do think that Trump will win the Electoral College. I think he will be the next president of the United States. I do not know that for a certain unchangeable fact, but I do think that Donald Trump will be the 47th president. And man, Kamala Harris is the only one who should be blamed for that, given her record as vice president. She was the vice president in a historically unpopular administration. How could anyone think for a second that this was not a possibility? Oregon leans for Kamala Harris, Arizona for Trump, but it is way too. There's no calling Arizona tonight. There's no calling a number of these states tonight, but to be honest, if he wins the popular vote, that I'd be a little surprised, but I can't say that's not outside the realm of possibility. I think Trump will win Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska. I think Kamala Harris will win, Hawaii. A 321 to 217 would be a landslide figuratively. Like it'd be kind of like a landslide, but I don't think he'll win Minnesota. I think that if he couldn't win it in 16, and the Democrats won everything in 2022 in Minnesota, I don't think that the Republicans will be able to win in the state of Minnesota in 2024. For the U.S. Senate, Amy Klobuchar is behind, but it's pretty early. How humiliating it must be for Tim Walz if they lose Arizona and Minnesota. I wonder how many of my viewers came from Facebook where I posted this. Wow, the psychos are already basically saying that Florida deserves whatever happens to them because they voted for Donald Trump. Hmm. Oh, sorry. Let me check the. Mr. Brain News wants Trump to win Washington, Kamala Harris. So the popular vote, Trump is still ahead by nearly 6 million. Obviously, I'm not going to be a fan of a Trump presidency, a second Trump presidency, but I need y'all to understand something. In a way, I'm going to be kind of happy with a Kamala defeat because having a person be elected president when no one voted for her in a primary, no one said, yes, we want this person, this particular person, to be the president, our nominee for president. I don't buy it. Apparently, my state house district is too early to call. Well, I don't know. I just think people need to understand that obviously Donald Trump I don't think is right for this moment, but she ain't either. Because from everything I've seen, she can't even handle getting questions at a press conference. How exactly is she going to be able to handle dealing with foreign leaders, various heads of government, heads of state? How is she going to be able to handle that if she can't even handle questions from reporters? Now, Arizona, too close to call. Nevada, Arizona, Nevada, Alaska, and Hawaii. Jesus, I sound like Biden. Jesus. Nothing has been reported. I'm going to end the stream at 9:30, and I'm going to call it a night at that point. But until then, we have about 21 more minutes. But I just wonder. I wonder how a lot of these viewers found my video, maybe from Twitter or Facebook. I don't know, but now they're welcome to subscribe, and if they want to have debates, we can do that. I don't mind either way. Or they want to suggest a video topic. I don't mind either way. But yeah, I didn't vote for Trump, but I am not exactly caring if he or Kamala Harris wins. My home state of Utah is not competitive. They called it upon poll closing. So as far as I'm concerned, my vote was objectively not going to make a difference in the state of Utah. But so far, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump have about 46% in. Trump has a healthy lead so far. So far, nothing has actually flipped on the presidential level. Only one thing on the Senate level. As for the House level, so they're calling some more races, but I'm not seeing any competitive. Okay, they called a competitive race, but nothing. They haven't said that anything flipped. But a number of races have been called. Only one competitive one. But so far, no flip either way. For governors, Montana, easily Republican. Washington, Republican. But Utah, they have not reported any results from Utah. But what's interesting is this Delaware governor's race is the closest race for governor since 2004. The North Carolina governor's race is a landslide for the Democrats. And check out the difference between this governor's race, look at that county map, and the presidential race. She's losing North Carolina by 136,000 votes. The gubernatorial candidate on the Republican side is losing by 644,000 votes. There's a ton of people voting third party for governor or who voted for the Democrat, but then they also voted on the presidential level. They voted for Donald Trump. I mean, Chase Oliver, he was a horrible candidate for president, but I'm not going to be surprised if he beats Jill Stein for third place. You could be a really bad Libertarian candidate, and your best Green Party candidate is still going to get fourth place. To me, I think the only reason they picked Kamala Harris is just because they knew that she is an establishment Democrat. They don't really have to worry about her being more independent-minded. So Oregon will probably go to Harris soon. Nevada ain't going to be called soon. I think North Carolina is going to go for Trump. Georgia, probably for Trump. And at this rate, she's just going to lose the election. I don't know. Like a 321-217 landslide, because let's be honest, that's a landslide. 321 divided by 538, that is 59.66%. That would be, I would argue, a landslide. You get 320 votes, that's a landslide, in my opinion. Okay, let's see. What else is there? The pro-abortion amendment in Florida failed, unsurprisingly. In the state of Missouri, I know I'm going to have to just do a video about the abortion measures later on, a separate video. The right to abortion, so far too early to call, but it's passing. So yeah, there are pro-abortion people who ain't voting for Kamala. That's what I take from this. The pro-abortion amendments did better than she did, and that's because these people, not all pro-choice people, are for her. And I'm just glad it failed in Florida. So I guess common sense did prevail. The Democrats are still 50 seats behind in the House. I expect I don't think we're going to know about the House till at least tomorrow. The Senate, I think we won't know until either tomorrow. I think tomorrow we will know, but until then, I don't think we're going to know about the Senate. And Bernie Sanders, that's an unusually weak showing for him on the Senate level. That's actually his worst performance for the Senate. You can just follow me on Twitter. I'm more active on Twitter anyway. My Twitter is at SkylarSatterify1. Let me create a banner. All right, yeah, there we go. Let me see. So far, Okay. So the House has been pretty consistently for the Republicans. They have a 50-seat lead. I don't remember if it's been wider than that earlier on, but it's been pretty solid. Trump is nearly 6 million ahead in the popular vote. I mean, 49%. I don't think he ever had a large lead like that, even in 2016. So I mean, he's got a surge going. He's got. Wow, Michigan's taking forever to report votes. And I don't get why they don't call Oregon. I mean, let's be honest here, people. I mean, Oregon's reported more votes than Washington, but is there really any chance Trump has of winning Oregon? I don't think so. I think if he would have had a chance to win Oregon, I think it would have been in 2016. But I get, it's a vast majority that ain't voting for him there. Bless you. So the Trump Vance ticket. This is J.D. Vance's third statewide victory in 2 years. And so far, Kamala just has not been closing the gap. I know they're reporting votes in California, but it ain't anywhere near fast enough to give her a chance at victory. And I mean, it's early. I think she will win the popular vote, even though that does not determine who wins the presidency. But I do think it's going to be close. And I think that if she wins, there won't be much of a mandate. So I'm looking at Republican districts that are leaning one way or the other. I think Republicans at this point, I think they have a healthy shot of retaining the House of Representatives. The Senate, I think they will flip control of the Senate. And I think the presidency, I think they're getting pretty close to flipping the presidency. I have been alive for every presidential election since 2004. The first one that I paid any kind of attention to was 2008, then a little more in 2012, a lot more in 2016, a lot more in 2020, and a lot more than that in 2024. And with about half the vote in, almost, Donald Trump he's standing pretty well. He's standing tall against Harris. I think that, and again, I say to those, whether you're for Trump or not, and if you want, you can tell me in the chat. And if you are for Trump or Harris, feel free to share this video. Give it a like, do whatever you like. This election, though, I think is going to be I think this election will be painful for either side. I'm looking at the Pew Research poll. It's from a month ago, so it's not really going to matter now. But she led by 1 point. Those certainly voting for their candidate, Harris, had 2 points. Those who had a preference and said they could change their mind were tied between Harris and Trump. Those who didn't initially pick a candidate but leaned towards a candidate, Harris led 3% to 2%. 5% said they were voting for someone else. But she's not been closing the gap very much. There's more votes coming in from California. So I think and I think the votes out of New York, I think she's going to win the popular vote, but I don't think it's going to be by much. I mean, she's running behind Joe Biden's share of the vote everywhere. I don't think there's any state off the top of my head that I can think of where she's doing better than he did. Let me check the results in Washington in 2020. Because that's the only one I can think of where she's doing better now than he did in 2020. But I think let me see. So Joe Biden defeated Donald Trump 58 to 39% in Washington state in 2020. Harris is actually doing much better than that. Okay, North Carolina. Donald Trump is the winner of North Carolina, and it's 16 electoral votes the third time he won, and the first time with a majority. Donald J. Trump, the 45th president, wins North Carolina. Vice President Kamala Harris the presidency seems to be slipping further and further away. Lauren Boebert will be reelected to the U.S. House from a different district, so she will be in Washington for 2 more years. The state of Idaho is unusually close, but that's the early vote. But Virginia, Kamala Harris has not put the race away yet. Georgia, I think if she loses North Carolina this early, I don't think it's going to be long until Georgia's called. And if Georgia's called, that puts him at 246 votes. And then if he can just get Arizona, which I think he will, then at that point, Wisconsin and then Pennsylvania, and he's all set to win. I do believe right now that Donald John Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. I believe the Republicans will retain their majority in the House of Representatives. And I do believe the Republicans will flip the United States Senate. And for only the 3rd time in my life, will an election give will the Republicans have a trifecta in government? But after George Bush in 2005, Trump in 2017, and again in 2025. I think that he was an awful candidate in 2020. I think he could have clowned Joe Biden without COVID. If COVID wasn't a thing, he would have clowned Joe Biden. Or at least I think he would have had a better chance of winning. Now I see this as, and look, I could be wrong. He could still lose. It's too early to say there's no chance he could lose, but it's just looking bad at this point. And Trump supporters, they've been waiting for 4 years to say 4 more years and know that there is no possibility that won't happen. And Harris supporters, I think, are feeling hurt because the Republicans have a healthy lead in the House race and the Senate, but California will boost their House seat numbers and their popular vote numbers. She's already clawing her way back. 6 million vote lead, now a little over 5 million. Let's take a look at the state of California so far. She's beating him in the popular vote by a landslide. In her native San Francisco, no votes are reporting yet, but she's going to wallop him there. Oregon, Kamala Harris is the projected winner of Oregon, and it's 8 electoral votes. No Republican since 1984 has carried Oregon. The state of New Mexico, interestingly, is taking forever and a day to report its votes, and she's still too close for comfort for her there. So far, every single state Trump has carried at least that Trump carried twice, he will carry a 3rd time. The states that he lost in 2020 and the states that he never won, period, he's in a healthy position. Could he win New Mexico? Probably not, but who's to say he couldn't do it? Virginia, he is way too close for the Democrats' comfort. If this map were to hold, which take out Minnesota, I think it's a 311-237 margin for, 311 to 227, my apologies, 311 to 227 margin for Trump, which is still pretty good, especially for a non-incumbent in a divided America. But I would not want to be Kamala Harris right now. I would not be feeling I would not be feeling confident at all that So I'm looking, okay, it looks like they updated something. So for president, nothing changed. For the U.S. Senate, okay, we have some changes. We're calling Arizona, Virginia for Tim Kaine, the incumbent. He wins. Washington State will stay blue. Tim Kaine will see another day in Washington. So the Democrats have 42 seats, roughly, when you count the independents. And the Republicans are now leading in both Senate races in Nebraska. Angus King is still leading, but it is way too early to say. Utah has yet to report anything, which is annoying. Come on, Utah, you're a good state. Come on, how about you give us some numbers to work with here? The governor's race is tightening up considerably, but still, Republicans will be in charge for another 4 years. The governor's race in North Carolina is a landslide, and Republicans did really good for Delaware. They really did have a good run there, even though they lost. The first transgender person in the history of the United States will be serving in the House of Representatives. Sarah McBride, will be the next representative from Delaware, the first openly transgender person to be elected to national office. For the United States Senate, Lisa Blunt Rochester will be the first Black person and the first woman to represent Delaware in the United States Senate. Kamala Harris will win Delaware, but this is a pretty weak showing. I mean, Delaware Democrats just aren't doing that good, apparently. The lieutenant governor's race is even closer. Kyle Evans-Gay will be the next lieutenant governor of Delaware. Delaware Democrats will retain their majority in the State House of Representatives, and they will retain their majority in the state Senate. So I'm thinking it's likely going to be a Trump victory. Harris is just, the vote simply, for now at least, it looks like it's just not there. I mean, she's been trailing and trailing and trailing. So, I mean, if she can, because I think Minnesota is going to be, she's going to win Minnesota. I don't feel like there's anything she can do to lose Minnesota unless voters have changed in a way I didn't anticipate. I think at the end of the night, I think it's going to be 200, 205, 200. Yeah, I think it's going to be a 311, 227 margin, which that would be the best showing for him ever. Now he's ahead by under 5 million. I think he will definitely, I think the popular vote is starting to slip away, but he had a good showing. No one can deny that for 50% of this election, he beat her pretty comfortably. Well, he was leading by a comfortable amount. This is actually the best showing for a Republican in the popular vote as of so far, at this point, since 2004. And I think that with the U.S. Senate, oh my goodness, Ohio, incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown loses re-election in Ohio. There goes any chance at this point of the United States Senate being Democratic held any further. Republicans, I think, are going to win. No. I'm going to say this, and I don't care. I think I'm going to get this right. Republicans will regain their majority in the United States Senate, ending 4 years of a Chuck Schumer-led Senate. Bernie Moreno of Ohio will be the next United States Senator. So now what happens is, will Tim Sheehy be able to knock down Jon Tester? West Virginia and Ohio have flipped Republican. There will be no Democrats in partisan statewide office in Ohio for the first time in a great number of years. So that'll be all, everybody. That was a fun, nearly 5-hour stream, but I need to get to sleep. I need to get ready to go to sleep, and I hope you all have a good night, and we'll see what happens tomorrow morning. Thank you, and good night.